Game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it, but now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Hello everyone, welcome to the MPL Indian Chess Tour. This is Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and I am joined by a popular YouTube streamer, a national master in chess and someone who is very fluent in sarcasm, Sahil Tickoo. Hi Sahil.
Hey Srinath, hey everybody, how are you? Today we're going to have a very important tournament, that is the MPL Indian Chess Tour. It's a grand event, a series of 4 tournaments lining up with the top talent of the country. It'll be a lot of fun to follow. Who do you think, Srinath, are the stars of today? What do you think?
Well, Sahil, the name that is in everyone's name for, I think, very justifiable reasons is Arjun. This last 3 months has been all about Arjun, and he has won 3 tournaments already, and it hasn't even been 3 months so far in this year. So I think Arjun starts this tournament as a clear favorite, even though this tournament has 16 of the best players from the country. Arjun's performance has simply been at a different level in the last few months. And I think he starts as a firm favorite, but also there is the beast, AD, and Mr. Commonwealth, Abhijit Gupta, S.L. Narayanan, whose achievements I steal a lot because we share part of our names, and a whole host of talents. I mean, you could read out the entire playing list and each of them are a contender. So it's going to be an exciting event, but I think Arjun stands as a favorite. What are your thoughts, Sahil?
Yeah, I totally agree with that one. We also have Harika, though. She will also be a great contender from the female players who's actually fighting Arjun in the first game itself. So will be a very interesting match to follow. And then, all these players are continuously playing tournaments, the Delhi Open. Some are also gearing up for the Olympiad coming up later this year. So it will be a crack of an event. So it's so much fun to follow. And I think we'll see some attacking games for sure.
Absolutely. I'm incredibly excited. And the format mirrors the CCT format. So it's going to be a lot of decisive games. And I was just speaking to Arjun today in the morning, and he was telling me how he was excited to return to the online format because he doesn't have to worry about making short draws. I think that says a lot by itself, He doesn't have to worry about his opponent being happy with the draw, getting those 2 rating points, which he would normally have to lose in a classical OTB event. And I think that is one of the biggest game changes in the format. It's very, very exciting to watch, and the players are compelled to play and try and create a decisive game on the board. There's a lot of motivation and incentive to do that.
Yeah, true. With the time control being, simply 15 plus 10-second increment, and also, 3 points for a win, that definitely is going to motivate all players to, go for the win, not accept draws, especially quick draws. It'll be a lot of fun. So I do expect to see fireworks. We have Adhiban there. I mean, I don't know how many 1B3s would we see in this tournament. What's your guess, Srinath?
I think at best it will be like 2 max. 2 things. Adhiban's new Chessable course is coming up very shortly, and that's not 1B3. And secondly, I did notice that Adhiban has been sneakily playing a lot of Catalans in his OTB events, and I think the Catalan will still outnumber the 1B3.
Yeah, that would be very interesting to follow, of course. And I think you're only minutes away from the start. So just to go through the pairings, I guess we can look at the pairings for round one today. There'll be 4 rounds. First of all, it will be Adhiban against Sethuraman. That is, a rivalry I have seen for the past decade. Who do you think is going to be the guy in form in this tournament, Srinath, out of Adhiban and Sethuraman?
You're absolutely right, Sahil. These guys, they are about a year or two older than me. Sethu is 1 year older. Adhiban is 2 years older. So they play each other in right from the age of 6 or 8. And it's been 2 decades now since they have played each other and been competing with each other. At some point, AD had a bit of an edge against Sethu because he was about 30-40 points higher rated than Sethu, and he had taken a slight lead. But in recent times, AD has also been out of shape. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting battle. I think slight edge towards AD because he has the white pieces. But it's going to be very interesting and exciting.
Yeah, and then the second match is, of course, Harika against Arjun, as we have discussed. I mean, this is an important one for Harika, but I think Arjun has the black pieces there. So what do you think, Srinath, could be, a possible result there?
I think Harika has pretty decent chances to start off well, because Arjun will be under pressure with the black pieces, and he's not always the safest of starters. He needs a bit of time to get into shape. And for Harika, the problem has been against such opposition with opposition rated about 2600, 2650. The problem has been with conversion of positions. She often gets very good positions, but it hasn't been easy for her to convert it into a win. So I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for Harika in this tournament, if she's able to convert those wins, because people will take chances against her. And if she's able to do that, if she's able to score those wins, I think she will perform really well here.
Then the third match is Surya Shekhar Ganguly against Sankalp Gupta. Surya has the white pieces there. I would say Surya seems like a slight favorite, I would say. What, do you agree, Srinath?
Absolutely, Sahil. I think he's a clear favorite in this game. Sankalp, 18 years old and rated 25-36 in classical OTB, but he has tanked about 30 points. And I was recently playing in the same team as him in the Bangladesh League, and his live rating dropped all the way back to 2500 from 25-36. So he's highly motivated, but has been completely out of shape lately. And I can imagine that Surya will be very, very motivated. So I think Surya is a favorite, and Sankalp starts as underdog, but let's see.
Then on the fourth board, we have Leon Mendonca against Abhimanyu Puranik. Now, Leon was, I think, one of the very few Indian chess players who was basically outside of India during the pandemic. So he had actually, the chance to play some OTB chess. So he's one of those guys who actually never went out of touch, with the chessboard. He's playing the strong Abhimanyu Puranik. He has the white pieces, seems pretty balanced, I would say.
Yeah, pretty balanced. I think, again, Abhimanyu would be a bit stronger than Leon. I think he's about 50-60 points higher rated. But Leon is improving incredibly fast every minute as we speak. So you never know how strong he has become during the interval.
Yeah. And then you have S.L. Narayanan against Lalit Babu. Okay, I think Lalit was also playing the Delhi Open as far as I know, and S.L. has been consistently there, in the top 5 among all Indians. So he will also have a point to prove. He has played really well in online events on Chess24, and yeah, he will try to win this event outright, I feel.
Absolutely. I think SL is one of the big favorites in this event, overshadowed by his peers who are usually younger than him. So he kind of goes unnoticed there, but SL is an incredibly strong player. I have to remind the Chess24 viewers that SL, he's the guy who came all the way to the quarterfinals in the inaugural Banter Blitz Cup. He was the one who was making Alireza gasp with his speed, and he's incredibly fast and incredibly capable. Not as well known as some of his peers. He's about 3 or 4 years older, but very, very strong player, a member of the Indian team. And right now he's India number 4.
Yeah. And then you have Murli Karthikeyan against Indian P. Now, Karthikeyan has been there for a long while now, consistently of the 2600 mark. He's won the nationals, he was there in the spares in the Olympia team as well. He has the white pieces. I guess he should be the favorite in round 1 against Indian, although Indian is a beast himself.
Absolutely. Indian is also one of these young kids, highly motivated, working on chess all the time. I recently saw in an interview that he defeated AD in the national challenges, and he was preparing for that game all the way up till 2 a.m. and he barely slept for 2 to 4 hours, but managed to show a masterpiece against AD. So Karthikeyan favorite, but wouldn't count out anyone here.
Yeah. And then you have Aryan Chopra against Abhijit Gupta. Now, Aryan Chopra, as far as I remember, was one of the few people who actually became a GM just by playing 50 tournaments. Now, that fact is just completely insane. That blows my mind, that how can somebody improve so fast? But he managed it. And today he's playing the legendary Commonwealth champion, Abhijit Gupta. Who do you think should be the favorite there?
I think it will be Aryan, who's a slight favorite because he has the white pieces. In terms of strength, I think they're approximately even. Although Aryan doesn't play a lot, so he again doesn't get noticed a lot. But when he does play, he manages to play at a very decent level.
And the final match is Gukesh against Ronak. Now that is a very important match. I think the youngsters are very motivated, to stand ahead of the others, and they have a lot at stake. So Gukesh, I think missed out on a couple of tournaments, coming first because of being tied with Arjun. So he must be really motivated. This time I want the first prize at all costs.
Absolutely. And Gukesh and Ronak, I think this is also going to be a rivalry which is going to come for a lot of years, which is here to stay, like AD and Setu, which was there for the last 20 years. And again, pretty even battle. But we have the start of the rounds. We have the initial few moves in all the games. And guys, something incredible. Yes, there is this Harika, the Harika Arjun game, which has started. But guess the first move in the game between Surya and Sankar Gupta. Oh no, not the first move. Thank God it's not the first.
Yeah, not the first one. Not the first one just yet.
Because I do remember there is only one game in the history of Surya's career where he started with 1b3 and he lost that game. And then he took on to Twitter and tweeted that never again.
Hello.
So, I mean, if he had done that, he would have to eat his words.
That's true. But I think the structure pretty much can transpose in many cases, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a structure that could have also arisen from starting from 1b3, d5, and now let's say you go knight f3, and you get pretty much the same thing. And this is the live position we have. But Surya already sinking into thought in just the fifth move, whereas Sankar is out here well prepared.
True. And I think the crucial game of this round, or at least the most exciting one, would be Harika against Erigesi Arjun. And the game has already progressed. We are on move number 10 already, and we have a very interesting position. And
it's an interesting choice of opening by Arjun. He went for the center counter, Scandinavian, e4, d5, ed, queen d5, and knight c3, queen d6, which is actually not as popular as queen e5 here. And the thing with queen d6 and the thing with the center counter, you bring out your queen out early in the opening, breaking one of the most basic principles of the opening. It allows white to develop his pieces quickly, her pieces in this case, and get everything out onto the center and have a good control. I think this is what happened in the game, and white had the pair of bishops, still has the pair of bishops, and we have this position slightly better for white, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Two rooks in the center. The black king is not castled yet. So Arjun has a choice to make there. I think if he castles king side, we can expect some g4 ideas for sure. And black is right now threatening bishop takes c3. So how do you think white should tackle that threat? Should he move the knight to e4?
I think it's kind of...
He can't do right now. So maybe bishop d2, I think, makes a lot of sense, unpinning the knight.
Yeah. Bishop d2 was played from this position. Black did castle, and here white went king b1. Starting to a safe move, protecting the king, a5. And here she did go for knight e4, although I felt that she didn't need to do this. Perhaps she should have started with g4, as you pointed out.
Yeah. So I think both sides are going for each other's neck right now. I think there'll be no remorse for either side. They will simply go and try to crush each other's king. And yeah, it's going to be an intense battle. And they all are still pretty much in prep, feels like it. They're moving really fast, especially Arjun, who has more than 16 minutes on his clock right now, will be a tough battle to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they are in concrete prep right now, but it feels like they are familiar with the plans and strategies in this position. Arjun, the first to advance with a4, a3, and he's kind of psychologically intimidating Harika here. That's the feeling I get. He's playing quickly and he's advancing his pieces towards White's king, the most direct way of intimidation. Harika, to her credit, she has played normally till this point. She hasn't slowed down too much. If I was White, I would probably go into a longer think and try and figure things out. But she has kept her ground. She has, maintained a good pace, a good tempo. And the thing with this position, I think it's not so easy for Black to break through if White, for example, puts the pawn on e3 and c3, because then it becomes difficult for Black to get this b4 break in. Now, Black wants to try and open lines against White's king. And if White puts up a defensive posture with a3 and c3, starting with a3 and responding to b5 with c3, then it's not going to be easy for Black to break through further on the queen side.
True.
On the other hand, White has this light square bishop, so she can vacate this f6 knight, kick it out, and exert pressure on the h7 point. So this is the reason why I guess the computer also prefers White's position a little bit.
True.
But we'll see how Arjun tries and makes use of, takes advantage.
He looks very calm right now. He's so calm and composed. It's like, it's as if, he remembers the entire, he's seen the future. He knows he's going to win. He looks really calm and composed. Harika looks a little bit tense, I feel, somehow. She's trying to calculate what she should do. Should she try to play a3 and defend on the queen side? Should she try to go for g4 immediately? She has an important choice to make here.
Yes, it's completely understandable, I think, for Harika to go for a short thing here. I would do the same. And I guess it's her first event in a considerable time. I can't remember the last event that she played. Whereas Arjun, for him, it's business as usual. He just played a tournament 2-3 days ago. Before that, he played in Bangladesh. Before that, he was, even during the Bangladesh, he was playing in online events. And he's been constantly in touch with games. And he's coming in with a lot of confidence.
Meanwhile, in the Adhiban game, I think the rook has quickly shifted to f4. That's a very interesting position on the board. You don't see that too often. And he's constantly trying to harass Sethuraman's queen. So yeah, the queen probably has to head to some sort of awkward square here. Queen g6 looks likely. But then it can be again harassed with moves like rook g4. Very interesting position.
Yes, indeed, Sahil. Sethu is under definite pressure. AD looks all chilled out there, and with AD, I can see that he's not bluffing. He really knows his prep here. And this came from this very interesting opening: e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, and now bishop c4. If I remember right, this was introduced by Jordan. I mean, not this bishop c4 thing in general, but Jordan played this idea against Prague and used it to devastating effect. And maybe we are seeing a preview into AD's Chessable course.
Totally. I think we pretty much have evidence now that AD is definitely going to promote his any Chessable course through actual examples. I think that's the way to go. And let's see what happens here. So very interesting position here. And by the way, in the Harika game, Harika did actually play the move rook to e5. And Arjun simply pushed through with a3 and now b3. And the white king, well, if magically the queen could, appear on c3 without the bishop and h7 threat, it would be very good for Arjun already. So there's already a weakness on b2 created, and white has to be concrete, I feel.
Yeah, white has to be concrete, and I really don't like how she allowed this pawn on e3 and went d3, because now I think it's kind of easier to access black's king. It might be harder to create a pawn break and open lines, but it's harder. It's easier to create threats on these dark squares.
Yeah, for sure. I think we can already see, long term, the queen could come to c3 via a5. Right now, the a5 square is, of course, controlled. Also, queen c3 is not possible because of bishop h7 check, but you can pretty much see the path for the black queen, yeah? So that's a bit uncomfortable, I would say, and we don't have the dark square bishop. We don't have any knights to defend the b2 square. So once the queen gets in, it's game over. So, you have to be very careful as white here.
Exactly. I think that's a very, very important point you added there, Sahil. White does not have a dark square bishop. And all these weak squares, they are in the dark squares. So I think very, very important and vital point there. And this is something where white has to always watch her back. It's like there's something on top of your head and it could fall down any moment, and you're constantly watching it no matter what you're doing. So I think that was a bit of a mistake from white's part.
And now Arjun has moved his knight from the king side to d5, right? So so now his king side looks a bit bare, but I think on the other hand, I think it shows that he's very confident with his position. He's not worried about getting checkmated on s7 or g7. He's confident that he can go on the offensive already.
Yes, I think it's going to be a while before white can get her pieces to threaten any danger. And also another point is black can put his pawns on the light squares, because white is attacking with his light square bishop, and that can be neutralized by placing his pawns on the light square. Either that, or he can eliminate the bishop altogether and claim a better pawn structure.
Yeah.
So these things allow him to be confident and secure about his own king, whereas white doesn't have the same luxury at the moment. But having said that, white's position is quite solid, and with this move c4, what she has done is she has created more air towards the c3 point, thereby making it harder for black to access it. And secondly, the a5 square is also taken under control by the e5 rook. But in the endgames, when everything gets traded, this a2 pawn is going to be a big weakness. And
True. A rook can come to the second rank, chop off the a2 pawn. You might do anything on the other side, but that a3 pawn will run very quickly. And by the way, salute to the knight on b4. I mean, it's right now untouchable. That's the problem in the white position, because the knight on b4 cannot be removed by, almost any white piece right now. It's there to stay. So that's why, queen e4 played, trying to threaten something, I guess. And now g6 played by Arjun, defending the mate in 1. And now is the critical moment. I think, what does Harika play here to put more pressure? Does she move the king side pawns forward? I think it's pretty much time for it.
Yes, she heard you, Sahil. She goes h4 directly. But look at the amount of time Arjun has. He still has more than 16 minutes.
True.
It's definitely not in his prep, but it's just that he has found the moves easy so far. And that also shows supreme confidence.
True. And now I think it's a very important moment. So if you have black here, Srinath, like you look at the h pawn coming, and it's not like white has no play. That's for sure. If I play h5, I take on g6, there could be some sacrifices incoming. So as black here, what is your next plan? Like, do you forget about the king side for now? Or do we try to defend it? Because sometimes what happens when you're playing as beginners, we can try to, we get scared of these pawns. We're like, oh my God, the pawn is coming. What should I do now? So, for example, is a move like h5 a typical move any beginner might make? Is it a good move, Srinath? What do you think?
I would be very skeptical to play h5, Sahil, because two reasons. First of all, I think that could be a potential rook into h5 here.
Yes.
If you do take g into h5, it's mate on h7. Yes. And if you don't take on h5, let's say you insert an intermezzo, you eliminate the attacker, then a new attacker joins the attacking force, and you have to calculate this whole line. with rook g3 check, and we could go very long into this variation with king h8 queen e3, but it would be incredibly scary, and there is a chance that even white has a perpetual Arjun wouldn't want it.
True.
But secondly, even if rook into h5 didn't exist, it always creates chances for white to open lines with something like g4. And in the end, the lines do get opened in any case against black's king. But the difference is the king's position is even more weakened. So based on these things, it's better to allow white to come in with h5 and then you defend against it, take actions. Instead of, trying to be proactive and stopping it here in this specific situation.
Yeah, totally agree. And that's why Arjun went rook a8 immediately, putting pressure on the one weakness he can attack on d4. And as usual, the knight on b4 is still exerting pressure. For example, the a2 pawn is still under pressure. So both sides have to be careful, of course, there's no doubt. And I think we can have a brief look at the game between Gukesh and Ronak now, because I think that's also a very important game. We've had the opening phase already in that game, so let's have a look.
Interesting. It's the Ragozin opening, which starts after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop b4. And this particular opening has seen quite a few games between Gukesh and Ronak themselves. Even from my memory, this is the third game that they have played in this particular variation. And with white, this is what Gukesh plays in general. He goes for 1 d4 and he goes for this specific move order and this specific setup. And he generally comes up with something new and fresh every single time. And I think he has managed to achieve something of that sort, because this existing position we have right now is it's quite imbalanced. White has the pair of bishops, but white suffers from lack of development. Black has a very active position, knights and everything, and superior development. But if white manages to get his pieces out, his bishops out, then white might enjoy a slight advantage.
True. And as usual, the bishop will be a monster on b2, putting pressure all the way till g7. It's all about, can white quickly castle? If he can castle, he will have the bishop pair, he will have the centralized pieces, and he should be slightly better. So yeah, it's a very interesting imbalance already. I think this is what happens when you put the bishop on b4, be it the Nimzo or the Ragozin or any such structure. You're kind of creating an imbalance right from the opening itself, and it gives a fighting chance to both sides, white and black. So very interesting opening choice there. And yeah, so cd5 has happened, and now black is, I guess, going to capture him. Can he play something else, by the way? Because will he try to sack a pawn or something? I'm kind of curious. Instead of taking back the pawn immediately, is there any way here? Because I see the king on e1, and I'm thinking if I could somehow open up lines, it does look a bit tempting.
Yes, Sahil, but you don't really have pieces ready for it. Yeah, I mean, you have only 2 knights out there, and both these knights are kind of interdependent against each other, and none of the other pieces are out ready to play yet. If it was, then there could be some chances, but there isn't. And Ronak just goes for the endgame, where it's his active knights versus white's at the moment dormant pair of bishops, but it could spring into action anytime. Now, these kind of questions in general, they tend to be pretty equal, despite the pair of bishops. I imagine that Ronak will try take with the knight, because he wouldn't want to spoil his pawn structure. And although in general, such endgames are preferred for the side with the pair of bishops. Okay, he goes and takes with the pawn.
Takes with the pawn. Interesting. Very interesting choice there.
Indeed. Very interesting choice. Not what I expected. And I'm guessing not what Stockfish approves of either. I saw the bar go up just a bit when he took with the pawn. Usually...
Okay, yeah. I think I was just saying that, the bishop on b2 now and the knight on f3 will control the d4 square so heavily. So you can never really push this pawn so easily. The bishop will have to sit on a passive square like e6, or, the knight on d4 basically controls the board. It's like, you can head off to b5, head off to f5, combined with the bishop on b2, you can play e3, develop the other bishop. The white's position looks so harmonious. Like, I would love to be white here. Like, it's a risk-free position somehow.
I completely agree with you, Sahil. Usually such a decision I would understand if the queens were on, but just after the queen trade, taking with this pawn, it just feels strategically a bit wrong to me. Or maybe Ronak understands something which is not apparent to us. But at the outset, it feels strategically wrong to take with this pawn, especially after the queen trade. And even this knight can be just evicted with f3. And Black's pieces are not really having ready-made places to go to. It's also easier for White to get his bishop out and complete his development without the queens. So I think Gukesh already has a slight advantage in this game.
And in a very interesting game between Aryan Chopra and Abhijit Gupta, the White King is actually on d2. So how did that happen? That looks so surprising. Let's have a look at that game, if it's possible.
Yes, Sahil. We have the game on the board, and I have no idea how it happened.
Oh, it's a London system. Congratulations. Nice. Spoiling the name even more.
Yeah, it's a London system where Abhijit went for 2 knights c6 in the spirit of Chigorin. And he does have this his chessable course, the cheeky Chigorin. So your chessable preparation, it really helps, it comes onto your game as well. And nice. Aryan has been playing a lot of London system in recent times, so he does go for it anyway. But maybe Abhijit was anticipating this and he was ready for this. So he got a very nice position out of the opening. And the point where he lost his right to castling was around here when Black played bishop b4 check and Aryan went for king f1. What he probably thought was Black still doesn't have c5 here nor e5, and both of these are important breaks to free Black's position, because if you let the pawn structure stay like this, then the c7 pawn can potentially become a weakness. I just put my rook on c1. The White King can go to a safe place in his own sweet time. So he probably thought these factors could lead to a slight advantage for him. But what he did not have enough was time. Black had enough time to make use of his more active developed pieces. And I think he got a very comfortable position. Right now, the king on d2, again, it doesn't matter so much because the White King can... there are not enough Black pieces to attack. It's just the queen and rook. So White can defend with his own queen and rook. True. And not enough open lines. But I think it's clearly Black who has a slightly better position here. Black is playing for the win.
True. I think if Black can manage b4 and somehow land a uncomfortable check, that might be a bit problematic. But as of now, I think, there are not enough pieces, as you clearly mentioned, and White King kind of is holding on. And I have a question for the chat. I think we might start a Twitter brawl in the chat right now, but do you really like the London system or not? I'm very curious about this because it's like the most polarizing question in the entire chess community right now. So I would love to know the chat's opinion on this as we look at the game. And very interesting. Look, be it played by Black and White is still thinking.
What are your thoughts on the London system, Sahil?
I would say it's a good opening for people who don't have enough time to spend into opening theory. Like for example, if you're a club player or if you're, let's say, below the rating of 2000 and you play chess for fun, I think it's a good opening. But if you're trying to become a grandmaster, you need to understand all structures. So that alone would not do for sure. But it's I think there are more meanings of the London system than there are anything else in the chess community. So good to know.
Interesting. I should add that it's also a very appropriate opening for semi-active grandmasters who also don't have a lot of time to study.
Okay. So one question for you, Srinath. 1b3 or the London system, which is the better opening?
London system, for sure.
For sure, right? You heard it, chat. You heard it from Srinath right now. Hence proved London system is greater than 1b3 forever.
Sahil knows how to get his answers from me. Add 1b3 or anything else. He's going to get that.
See, how to get a recommendation from GM Srinath for the London system. This is how you get it, chat. Compare it with 1b3. Always, it will work. I think we should go to the Arjun game now, if we can. I think that will be the game is kind of heating up. We've had the rook come to h1, and both kings looking very uncomfortable now.
I think Black retains all the trumps that he had, which we were talking about, the weakness on the d4. And I was just going to say the knight on b4, but he moved it to d5.
d5.
But which is also an outpost. And let's look at how this action happened. He kept pressurizing the d4 pawn. White was defending it. And here he played this very instructive move, b5. The point, if white takes it, then black opens the c line. If white doesn't take it and closes all the lines, then the knight has access to the d5 square. So this move b5 with the white pawns on c4 and d4, in this Carrom-like pawn structure, it's a very thematic move and a very useful move because white usually doesn't have a good response to it. Either way, the d5 pawn becomes weak. The d5 pawn becomes weak. And this is how he created it. And now he puts his knight on d5 and the pawn on b4. So he's found his way to the c3 point regardless. White tried to protect it. Exactly. So this is how you create strategic entry points. And now that he has access to the c3 square, he'll put his knight there, and then he'll continue to exert pressure on the d4 point, where white cannot defend with a rook on d1 or the rook on e4 because there will be a knight on c3.
And justice for the king on b1, which will have to stick itself on a1 now for the foreseeable future. I mean, this is one of the most tragic situations. I mean, look at the king on a1. Yeah, it's very uncomfortable there. Like, I know there's no immediate check or anything, but yeah, the knight on c3 will completely cut it off from the rest of the world. And yeah, it will be very, very uncomfortable for the white king.
Yeah, very uncomfortable for the white king. Black just puts his knight on c3, but you do have to watch out for some threats on the h file. Yeah, as long as the queen is alive, it's still not. Oh, so he just goes for the queen exchange. He eliminates the last hope for white.
Interesting choice there. And yeah, I mean, I don't see anything. I mean, queen h3 doesn't look so satisfying, to be honest, because yeah, if queen h3, probably black can just take on f2 even. I think that looks possible because you have queen d4 check at the end, and that should be made. So yeah, this is. I think Harika has to take queens now.
Yeah, maybe something like queen g3, but queen g3 you would chase me with queen f4. Yeah.
Yeah, again, two, and again queen d4 is a threat.
So dominating play by Arjun, and I think he's going to close this off. He has a 7-minute lead. There's a huge strategic advantage, and he doesn't really have any challenges. The queens come off. The knight goes to this dark square c3, which the light square bishop cannot touch. There are clear ready-made weaknesses. The d4 pawn, and perhaps something on the h file as well if it gets opened. Another entry point, and of course the a2 pawn, always a weakness.
And you can see him very, very relaxed now. I don't know, like his body language seems so relaxed. Like he's like, okay, I got this in the bag already. At least that's how it feels like. By the way, h6 check, king g8 played, and the queen trade has happened, I think.
Yeah, the queen trade has happened, and h6 is a good move though, trying to create some semblance of counterplay. Now, if there wasn't an f7 pawn protecting the g6 pawn, then bishop into g6 could be a potential threat in the future when the king is away. But black has that covered for now, and in the future, he'll probably put his pawn on f5, removing that threat. Rook d7, aiming to double the rook. Knight d5, knight c3 incoming. I think this is going to be a black win for sure.
Yeah, true. And you know, white would love to have a dark square bishop or a knight to attack the b4 pawn. If he could get the b4 pawn, then he would get the a3 pawn. Then he would have these, pawn majority on the queen side pass, pawns rushing through. But unfortunately, there are basically no pieces of white which can basically even attack the b4 pawn. That's just hard to believe because he has a weakness to defend on d4. And that means he does not have time to even, reroute his pieces somehow. There is absolutely no way. So it's black all the way here. All the pressure is, on white right now.
Completely agree with you, Sahil. Meanwhile, a quick look in the Adhiban-Sethuraman Endgame, where fires were raging in black's position. But it looks like Sethu has everything under control at the moment.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think the bishop on c6 is a very good piece. The rook has come. Yeah, looks like a decent position. Rook on g6. Again, trying to maintain his pawn structure. If white takes, black can capture, and he can, realign his pawn structure in a better way now. And yeah, I think all looks fine here, pretty much. Opposite color bishops though, so that does lend a, if you don't manage some sort of attack, it might have some drawish tendencies for sure. But as of now, I think the game is far from over.
So threatening preparation from AD, he had the initial initiative, but it looks like things have petered out, and Setu in full focus now. His face an inch away from the camera from the looks of it. AD doesn't look too happy.
Yeah, he is taken on g6 now, and now I think maybe he'll try to take over the d file, maybe with moves like rook d1. But maybe that's possible. He goes for f4. That's very dynamic. And now, the idea is, of course, if ef4, you can take on e6 and take on f6 with check, I guess. But black could also play e4 and gain a passed pawn, which can be defended with f5 as well later on. So yeah, both sides gain some chances here, I guess.
Yeah, black gains a protected passed pawn, but it covers his bishop's way. And creates a potential for this bishop to come active into the game if they have 6 pointers attacked. So still some life left in the game. Black has eliminated the worst danger, and he might want to keep his pawns on e5, because in general, when your opponent has a dark square bishop and you have a light square bishop yourself, you want to try and keep your pawns in the dark squares. So two things: it diversifies your own control. The bishop controls the light squares, the pawns control the dark squares. So you have a more even control of the board. And second, the dark square pawns, it restricts your opponent's bishop. So I am expecting rook e8 here if it is concretely possible. And there is no immediate attack.
By the way, in the Surya against Sankalp game, it's a very interesting one, because Surya has lined up his pieces on the queen side to put pressure on b7. But somehow black's pieces are really well placed and the position looks very interesting. And there's a weak pawn on e3.
Indeed, Sahil, it's a very interesting and double-edged position. It's not easy for me to see what black should be doing straight off. But it does feel like black is out of danger, because, for example, even if I sacrifice my exchange and trade the queens, even this position should be completely okay for black, because black is up by 2 pawns, not just 1 pawn. And it would be very hard for Surya to be able to do anything in this position. I'm not even sure if white is better, because black will end up having an outside passer here, and the king side pawns are it's 4 versus 3, so white doesn't have any advantage there either. Oh, he actually goes for it.
Oh, he takes for it. Nice. Queen takes. Nice. So you might see that.
I think it's a very practical decision. You have 3 minutes each, and you go into this position where you have relatively less chances of losing. In fact, minimal danger, and only you try to play for a win here. So I think it's an excellent decision by black. What do you think?
Chat, which side would you prefer here? Would you prefer white or would you prefer black? Because this is interesting, yeah, because there's an imbalance clearly. So which one would you prefer? Would you prefer the rook with the white pieces? Would you prefer black with the pawns? What do you think, chat? Because this is very interesting imbalance. I think imbalances are at the core of chess, right? Without an imbalance, you cannot win a game.
Goes for white, but Mika is very biased against 1B. I might have biased the chat a bit there.
Yeah, mostly going for black.
But very interesting point you made about the imbalances. Oh, by the way, we have a first result of the first round. At this point, when Arjun took rook into g4, Harika resigned here.
Oh, wow.
Bringing the first result of the first round.
Wow.
Very dominant win by Arjun, picking up exactly where he left off in Delhi.
And look at the final position, yeah, the pawn on b4, right where it is, the knight on c3, cemented in its place. Like if you give white, X number of free moves, what can white do to remove that knight? That's a very weird question to answer because you can't do anything. And that's crazy because now black has free hand. And that's why Harika had no count to play and she basically resigned. So Arjun taking the lead, that's crazy. Insane, so fast, yeah?
Absolutely. You would have to be playing bug house in order to remove this knight on c3 or crazy house. Try and bring in a pawn from outside and put it here.
Or probably asking your opponent to look back and picking up the knight from the board. But this is not ODB chess, so this is not coffee chess, so not going to work. And yeah, black is simply going to push either the e pawn or the g pawn, and he would have simply queened, and the game would have been over.
Yeah. So that's the first result of the first round.
Yeah, that is over. And now we can, by the way, RN Chopra against Abhijit Gupta has also ended in a draw already. So that's a equal pawns second game. I think it was pretty symmetrical. So a fair result, I guess.
Yep, a fair result.
So we have two results. And in terms of, I think the Adhiban against Sethuraman game, we have actually reached an opposite color bishop endgame. And yeah, I look at the position, it does seem to be equal now. Although there are a couple of f4 pawn is a bit weak, can be attacked, but I do feel somehow this should end in a draw. Not enough material somehow.
Yeah, I guess Setu, what he's thinking about is if he goes rook e2 directly, which is very tempting because you are hitting the g2 pawn. White has his rook f6 check, and the next move he takes the g6 pawn and defends the g2 pawn. The king cannot go to g7 because of this discovered check.
True.
So this is the challenge that Setu has to overcome, and I think he can do it by just playing rook e6 first. If white trades the rook, then it's a draw because it's an opposite color. Oh, but he has to look at this. But I think this should still be a draw despite being 2 pawns down.
True.
But it's not an easy decision to take because if you get this wrong, then you lose the game.
And so, white does have 3 pawns there on the queen side. So yeah, 3 against 1, you never know. True.
Exactly. So I guess this is what Setu is thinking about right now. The a7 pawn is attacked. Rook f6 check is a threat. There should be a continuation which leads to an equal position, but Setu has to find it over the board himself. He goes for rook e1 check, possibly rook c1 next.
Yeah, most likely. If the c2 pawn is hanging, yeah, he goes rook c1. And now, yeah, I guess rook f6 looks, because the b2 pawn is actually defended, you can actually just play rook f6 and take the pawn. He goes for it. He takes on f4, I guess, next.
I think g6
most likely.
Yeah.
Rook takes c2, king f1, and we might even see a perpetual already, I feel. c1, rook c2.
No, the king will hide on h2.
Will he actually go there? I thought just king f1.
Yeah, he will go there. Because white has no risk at all.
True. He has a passed h pawn. That's interesting, actually. True.
But then black can still go for this because now the threat is f3. And here it's not easy for white to make any improving moves. So maybe this is what Setu was calculating, and it's going to be another of those draws in the Adhiban-Setu history.
True. We've not looked at the Mendonca-Leon against Abhimanyu Purane game, which is actually very interesting at first glance because the pieces are very interestingly placed. A few pieces are hanging right now. The black rook on e7 and the white knight on d6. They also look c8 ideas, and white has pushed all his pawns, to the 4th rank already. e4, g4, h4, and there's a passed pawn on d4 as well. So very interesting. Even though it might be, somewhat equal objectively, I do feel somehow anything could happen in this game.
Yes, completely agree with you, Sahil. I think this is a good place to ask that prefer white or black. We have given them no information yet.
True. Chad, who would you like to be? Would you like to be with the black pieces here, with the strong bishop on e5, the rook on d7, or would you like to be Leon here with the advanced pawns? And what do you think, Chad?
Piece or pawns?
True. I know knight c4 played, attacking the bishop on bishop f4, attacking the rook. It's like,
rook
every
F1.
move, rook f4 attacking the bishop now. It's like every move piece is being attacked right now. Nobody is trying to defend the piece. Like, I am not going to defend today. Aaj main dahi kha ke aaya hu, I've had curd today. I'm not going to defend any pieces, all for the attack.
Yeah, you have to. That's simply okay.
No defense at all. b5. Okay, which piece will white attack now? captures on the board, and black has two, passed pawns on c4 and d4. Interesting, very interesting.
This looks very dangerous for white. He has to go bishop f6, but this is also dangerous for black because one check, one attempt to get to the back rank and it's checkmate. And it's not so easy to roll black's pawn because if you go d3, then you can't roll this pawn. The c3 square is under control of the bishop, so you go rook f1, rook d1, prevent this. And if you go c3, which Abhimanyu did, and he's playing really fast, but at the end of it, you have to pass through the dark squares, the d2 point, and this bishop can simply stop it. So at the moment, it looks like white is safe. He just has to put his bishop onto d2, and at least these pawns are not going to queen. And after that, it's actually just these two pawns for black. It looks like a lot of pawns. It creates that optical illusion, but it's just these two pawns, and white has it secure. But Leon has to move.
Yeah, true. And the main part is, if white gets enough time, if the king comes over, I think it's curtains. So he has to be really fast about this. Bishop d2 played, so he stops the pawns now. So I think Leon has a decision to make. I think he can try to chop off the remaining pawns. For example, rook to d4, trying to attack the e4 pawn looks interesting, just to try to win as many pawns as possible. But yeah, still so far white is holding on, not allowing the pawn to promote. Interesting position.
You're absolutely right, Sahil. Black has to try and make use of the time he has to try and take these pawns, but white on the other hand will try to protect these pawns with everything he has. So something like rook e1, I wouldn't worry so much if you take this a3 pawn, because my objective is to just get this king onto e3. Once I get this king onto e3, I have my king and bishop protecting these two pawns. My rook would be free. Once my rook gets out and starts exploring the board, there will be threats against black's king, and there's no way to defend this d3 pawn. You can't station the rook forever to protect it. So he goes for f5. He tries to make a mess out of things. And also reduce the pawns, because at the end, a rook bishop against a rook is a draw. So if Abhimanyu is able to eliminate these three pawns, king f2, what a move.
Nice move, nice move. Very
nice. What a move.
Nice, I love this, because he's not worried about the pawns. He just needs one to win the game. And even after fe4, he can simply win the king to e3. Then the e4 pawn is hanging. And then he also can simply bring the rook up and capture all these pawns one by one, tuck, tuck, tuck. And once these pawns are gone, it's pretty much game over. King f2, amazing move by Leon. Oh my God, that's going to change the valuation for sure.
Absolutely, Sahil. Amazing move. Do you think Abhimanyu will take fa4 or just continue with rook d4, trying to... He took
king e3, and now black is under a lot of stress. Chat, what do you think? What will happen here? I think white is going to win this one now. But yeah, I mean, it's a while to go, but I think white should manage to. And black also has to be careful of many tricks, bishop b4 ideas, spending sometimes with g1 check, for example. You have to be careful of these. But so far, I think these three pawns look very impressive. But if one falls, it's like, a family. If one falls, all of them will fall.
Yeah, rook f4, rook c7. Probably this is Abhimanyu's idea, and then white just goes bishop c1 and takes rook into e4. So the pawn, it looks like the pawns will also be captured, and the h4 pawn is protected by the rook. The a3 pawn is protected by the bishop. It looks grim for Abhimanyu. Rook c7 on the board, bishop c1 incoming.
Bishop
c1 incoming.
Yeah, bishop c1 most likely. Yeah, he played it, I think. Yeah, he played it.
Maybe. Oh, the computer doesn't like it. What's the point is rook c4, rook e4, d2?
Rook g7 he's gone now. Rook to g7. Bring the rook to
g1 and rook d1 check.
Wow.
And
That's
Leon has no time. He has no time. Rook e4,
he's taken on
rook g1, and now he has to bail out. He has to play bishop d2.
Yeah,
he has to accept the draw. He has to be psychologically. Yeah, king into d3 also works.
Yeah, true. Wow,
and
very close match. Yeah, very close.
Having more time helps.
Yeah, for sure. And it's the first game, people actually don't want to. I think in the first game, you would rather be, you know, comfortable taking a draw than going all in for a win somehow, I feel, because if you start off with a loss, no, that can actually set the trend. Draw is still satisfied. Okay, draw is fine. I have the black pieces, I have the white pieces, I take the draw. If you lose the first game, that can actually set you off a little bit. So I think that psychological play can also play a bit on both players' minds. And yeah, but now I think it's a dead draw now. There's not much to do. All rook endgames are drawn. A great grandmaster once said, I'm not going to dispute him there.
I'm not going to dispute you either here, Sahil.
Yeah, so this is most likely a draw, I think. And by the way, Sethuraman's game has also ended in a draw. What you said exactly happened. The king went to h2, black played f3, and then they basically, you know, had, you know, repetition with rook g7 and rook g6 check. So they have agreed to a draw as well. So 2 draws so far.
And we haven't looked at the S.L. Narayanan Lalit Babu game so far. But not a lot exciting happening here either, Sahil. It looks like this is going to be another draw.
Yeah, opposite color bishop endgames chat always. If you're trying to, you know, win a game, it's a critical must-win situation. Avoid opposite color bishop endgames. You know, in most cases, it can be beneficial sometimes if you have an attack going because your opponent cannot defend it by any means whatsoever. But in endgames, usually even a pawn, sometimes 2 pawns up, it cannot be enough to win. Black can, you know, basically create a the losing side can basically create a blockade on this bishop's color and can be very difficult to break through. And here, yeah, so it should be a draw most likely.
Yeah. So this one set to end in a draw. We have 2 interesting games going on. One of them is Karthikeyan against
Karthikeyan Murali, crazy position, yeah. Attack on the black king. Indian is under pressure here. Bishop on d4,
yeah, he's gone all in. And if I think black is probably looking for a queen trade, yeah, like queen f6, queen h6. But this looks dangerous for black here. Rook into g6 check.
Oh wow, he captured on g6 now. So his plan is obviously f takes, queen takes e6. But is it enough for a win? I'm not really sure. Because black is also setting queen takes h5 check. Once that happens, I think black should have a perpetual for sure because the rook is ready to come to the first rank as well. But yeah, maybe it's going to
very
be
tricky, Sahil. You have to play very accurately. Yeah. For example, if you go king h7 here, which is natural, then after queen f7 check, queen g7, e6, white is winning. Your queen is under attack.
So pretty. Yeah, nice.
You have to take it, and now after e into f7, this rook cannot stop this f7 pawn nor the king. Wow. I guess maybe he just saw this little variation and quickly went for this. But Indian also saw it, and he goes king f8. He sidesteps this queen f6, king e8, straying away from these checks, knowing that the queen is the lone attacker, and now the game is bound to end in a perpetual.
Yeah, most likely it's a draw. So yeah, but it was a very promising position. I think, yeah, maybe, you know, time also played a factor there. Both were, you know, low on time by now. So maybe that's a huge factor. And yeah, so I have not seen the result yet, but I think it should happen any moment. I think black is thinking for now.
Yeah, black knows he has a draw in hand, so he's looking for something more. It's like, but yeah, now he goes for it, and we expect a repetition here
and a draw in this game.
And there's also 2 more games, Ganguly against Sankalp, which looks pretty even. White has this h pawn, black has 3 pawns, but he has less pieces. He's down by an exchange. If the h pawn gets captured, then it's a certain draw, but it's not so easy to get there. So I think white still has a little bit of chances.
Yeah, even with the end game, no, like if you remove all the black 3 pawns, it's not that easy to convert, right? So I mean, with the 3 pawns, it should be kind of not so difficult to draw this one for black field. The king is gone to d4, by the way. The c4 pawn is probably under pressure.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sahil. Now it should be pretty easy to get this h pawn, and once it's out, it's pretty much a draw.
Yeah, even rook against knight. Yeah, going to be, unless the knight is, you know, stranded on Pluto, I think black should be fine here. So a lot of draws in round one, everybody playing it, kind of a bit conservatively. We saw, even Karthik and Murali sacking the rook g6, going for the draw. I think he had some chances there. So yeah, nobody wants to risk everything in game one. I think they're keeping it solid. That's very understandable, I think. And so maybe we can go to the game of Gukesh against Ronak, where Gukesh is completely winning. Wow, what a center. And this is the advantage of the same color bishops. I think they definitely give you more chances to win the game. King e4 played. Nice.
Indeed, as Ashwat in the chat pointed out, it looks like only Arjun and Gukesh are going to win in round one. And lately, it's like, if something happens in India, it's Arjun or Gukesh.
True. I think they're winning everything. All tournaments, GM tournaments. It's like first side, Arjun and Gukesh and, Harsha Bhatakoti and so on. So I think they're starting off well here as well. And yeah, the Black King is absolutely stuck because he has no pawn cover. White has 2 pawns on the 5th rank, which can be supported by the rook and the bishop. And Black has no clear pass pawns here. The H pawn is a pass pawn, but it's way back on H7, and it will take too much time to push it all the way. So I think, Gukesh in the driver's seat for sure. He's exchanging bishops as well. All rook endgames are drawn. So apparently you were wrong here. Gukesh proving us wrong once more and showing that he can actually even win in the rook endgame. So yeah, Black avoiding the Black has gone bishop h5 now.
I think maybe just push f6, e6, like f6 check for the starters, and Gukesh will want to try and bring his rook into the game. So maybe he will defend the f3 pawn now and then go for e6, or he just goes e6 right away. Yeah, as I initially pointed out.
Wow, beautiful pawn.
E5.
Wow.
F7 is a pretty straightforward.
Nice.
Rook d7, rook d8, and it's over.
Yeah. I think there's something very aesthetic about looking at these pawns, like especially mating with a check pawn, for example, or these pawns the center, sometimes you get this strong center in the the Grimfield, for example. It's so fun to, push these pawns. I think it's so natural somehow. It's aesthetically beautiful somehow.
Indeed, Sahil. And with this, it brings the first round to an end. Ronak resigns. And I think it's become pretty clear in this tournament to all the other players that if they want to win this event, they have to beat Arjun and Gukesh.
For sure.
This has been the trend in Indian tournaments for this year. And it's again pretty clear that so Arjun and Gukesh right there on the top with flawless victories.
And again, 3 points for the win, chat. So I think if somebody's going to draw 2 games, it's not the same. If you win a game, that's more, powerful somehow. You get 3 points, you're top of the points table already. And I think you can replace this standing for now with any standing in the past month you've seen in GM tournaments. Yeah, Adhiban and Gukesh D again starting off really well. That's a good start, and it will be very difficult. I think all of these players are so strong that anybody could come and defeat anybody. But I think to have the nerves, it will be very interesting to follow how the tournament follows through.
Absolutely excited, and we'll be back for round 2.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is a perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And yeah, I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it, but now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match, and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Welcome back to round 2 action with Arjun against Surya and several more interesting games expected.
Welcome, Jack. Welcome back, chat. Welcome back. We are ready, and I think the stakes are only getting higher because, well, Gukesh and Arjun have taken a lead, and now it's catch up. It's like, when you're in school, you see somebody score really well on the midterms. Then if you want to top the class, you have to score maximum in the end terms. It's pretty much the case. It's round 2. It's only starting, of course, but yeah, the games have begun. I can see a few games, first moves being played, and a lot is at stake because, if you have a bad start in the first 3-4 rounds, then it gets very difficult to catch up. So people are striving for a win now. Let's see what happens. So which game shall we focus first on?
I would start with Arjun against Surya.
Okay,
although a lot of interesting games up there. And Sahil, look at this. We were wondering about AD's strategy for this tournament.
Okay.
What opening he would start with, whether it would be 1b3 or 1e4, his repertoire. And look at what he has done.
He's played b3, but he's disguised it a little bit, as if he hasn't. So if somebody tells him, why are you playing b3 again and again? You should change openings. I did not play 1b3. I did not play 1b3. Nice.
Yeah. It's like he has 2 children now, and he has to give equal importance to both his children. So he plays both e4 and b3.
Yeah. Combining it very, kind of perfectly so far. His position does look decent. Pawns on c4 and e4. So I guess Harika will have to fight hard. She has the black pieces against a stronger player. So she will have to, of course, strike, because what happens, we've seen in some Chess 24 events, some players can lag behind. We saw, Kostyuk struggle in one tournament as well. So I think, yeah, a lot of exciting games. So I guess we can also check some other games. I think, for example, we can see Abhijit Gupta against Gukesh. We have another London system. Wow. Another London system, this time by Abhijit Gupta. Nice.
Abhijit Gupta played against Gukesh, I think, for the first time in the Indian the qualifiers, the Indian qualifiers of the Champion Chess Tour last year in 2021. Abhijit came just after he was infected with COVID, and at that time Abhijit was clearly higher rated than Gukesh. Gukesh still hadn't caught on with the post-lockdown jump. And it was a bit of an upset when Gukesh defeated Abhijit Gupta quite convincingly. I think he won with 2-0. And then since then, their rivalry has continued. They played each other in the national challenges in one of the important games, the penultimate game. Abhijit having the white pieces, a very experienced player who has won several open tournaments. You would think he would start out as the favorite. But no, Gukesh played a very convincing game and outplayed him with the black pieces. And then they played each other again in the last round of Delhi Open, with Abhijit having the white pieces again, and this time they had equal points. So it was pretty much like a game for the top 3. And Gukesh did it one more time. So it's almost like, I think Gukesh has a 4-0 score or something against Abhijit, counting the last 1 year's games. And Abhijit is the higher rated at the moment.
This team. But psychologically, Srinath, like, let's say you're playing a player who has defeated you many times before. So how do you tackle that game? For example, you have that rut, right? You sometimes get into a rut, you lose one game, you come back.
Onward slide, I usually try to apply breaks with the draw. Even if it's not my best, even if it's not in my best interest. Let's say I'm playing a person 100 points rated below me and I have the white pieces. If my tournament is going bad, there's no shame in trying to rehabilitate yourself a bit, because when you're psychologically down, it's like you're down in an arm wrestling match. So when you're down in an arm wrestling match against a strong opponent, you can't just do this and bring yourself all the way up. You have to slowly come up. You have to slowly get back to equilibrium. It takes time. You have to give yourself that time, and you buy that time by making a small incremental improvement. You can't just get yourself from down here to here in 1 second if your opposition is strong. At least as strong as you, or in some cases stronger than you. So whether you are having a bad tournament and you're trying to get back, or if you're having a bad head-to-head score against someone, either way, I think the way to rehabilitate yourself is to try and do it gradually, step by step. Give yourself that time. I think it also applies in life. When, for example, a lot of people got hit with COVID, and they couldn't get their health back instantly. They had to give themselves the time to climb back up, not get back to work, not get back to their physical exertion full all the way.
True. By the way, knight h4 played. I think this is very traditional in the London and most openings in general. You want the bishop pair. You are ready to even, play moves like g4. Weaken your king a little bit just to get that bishop pair, that tasty bishop pair, just to have that strong bishop on g2, put pressure on this diagonal. And no other reason to go to h4 apart from taking the bishop. So, yeah.
This is actually quite interesting, Sahil. This London system with bishop f4, c5, e3, knight c6. This is one of the most important theoretical positions in the London system, which is, by the way, no longer an opening where there is no theory. It's been heavily analyzed, played a lot at the top level. And now white goes, so black has these two main moves, e6 and knight c6. And against knight c6, you go knight b d2, you don't go c3. If I remember right, one of the reasons is because black has queen b6, queen c2, and bishop f5. And you can't take queen into f5 because after queen into b2, your rook gets stuck. So you start with knight b d2 here, so that after queen b6, there is a big main line with d5, queen d2, and all this. Bishop g4 is another very interesting move, which was also played in Jordan Lucas. Lucas won first, sorry, not Jordan. Lucas against Arjun. Arjun had the white pieces, first round of Tata Steel. And out here, after c3, e6, it feels like Abhijit was not quite well prepared, either that, or maybe he didn't have this well analyzed, because the main move is queen b3 here. Or maybe he decided to play something else. The main move is queen b3, you go queen c8. And here Anish played some games with bishop e2, a couple of games. The other option is knight h4, which is very interesting. And for black, now the precise move. So last move you went with your queen to c8. And now after knight h4, the best way for black to continue is to get the queen to d7. But before doing that, you insert c into d4, e into d4, and get the queen to d7. So you trade this bishop with bishop d6. Now going with the queen to c8 and then next move to d7, this is something which people can't really find over the board. But this is the best way to play. And here the game goes with this g4, bishop g6, and knight into g6, h into g6, this kind of a thing. The black's idea with queen d7 and bishop d6 is very effective against this structure. Now, Abhijit went for g4, bishop g6, knight h4 without... I think he should take CD and go bishop d6. This would be the ideal response. I think this should be what Stockfish is showing. I'm not entirely sure though, but based on my analysis of this variation, I think this should be the way. But Gukesh goes bishop e4, knight f3. Abhijit comes back knight f3, and it looks like out of the opening, black is okay, but it's an interesting question.
Yeah. And I think, so you want to now take the bishop, right? So what does black do about it? I think not much he can do.
Go back bishop g6?
Yeah, but will we see a perpetual like this? I hope not. Not so early, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's possible. Oh, he plays bishop g6. Wow.
Yeah, it's like he's daring him, yeah. He's daring him to... And,
but I feel somebody will repeat twice and they will not repeat the third time. I feel somebody is just teasing the other guy. It's very normal, and maybe they will. Okay, black should probably take the draw. Usually you are happy with the draw as black, but maybe Abhijit is following your advice. Yeah, he's like, okay, let me take the draw against Gukesh. I've lost to him a couple of times. Let me take the draw.
Yeah, but Abhijit is not someone who does that. He's a very he's generally not someone who goes on who takes a step back. But if he does go knight h4, black can go cd, d, bishop d6, the plan that I mentioned. And this is a better version for black than what we saw. But he goes bishop b5, and Gukesh instantly goes knight d7. I think Gukesh has a very comfortable position, what he wanted out of the opening. And this particular pawn structure with CD-ED is very similar to the Carrom exchange pawn structure, which starts with E4, C6, D4, D5. And let's say you take E into D5, C into D5, this pawn structure. And what we have with this pawn structure is very similar, although it comes from different openings. And Gukesh would be familiar with the structure because he also tends to play a bit of Carrom with black from time to time. So I think I like what Gukesh has got for himself with black here.
By the way, in the game Indian against Aryan, we already have a rook endgame. 30 moves have been played, and yeah, white is the pawn now, but feels like it is most likely going to be a draw already. So very, very quickly played by both sides. You know, both have a lot of time on the clock as well. They barely used any of it. So yeah, very, very quickly played.
Yeah, Sahil, it came from this Carrom, Pano botwinic, C4, knight f6, where there is this very interesting line for white, where you take CD, knight d5, and queen b3. Bishop into f3, g into f3, e6, you get queen into b7. And after knight into d4, bishop b5 check, knight into b5, you don't take the knight back, but instead you go queen c6 check. So the black king is forced to come out. Queen d7 is met by queen into a8. And now after king e7, queen b5, there is a variation with queen c5, which is very interesting, by the way. Queen c5, knight d6, and it goes on. White sacrifices a piece, but black is severely tested here. What was played by white was perhaps not the most ambitious, and this endgame, if black knows his way, which he did know in this game, is completely comfortable for black, and the game ended in a draw. As probably it will end.
Yeah, probably will end in a draw. Probably, most likely. Let's go to the game of Arjun now. I think he's slowly starting to put pressure on black. Surya under slight pressure. So you can see the queen on f5 and the rook on b1. And Surya has just played knight to d8. While it does defend some weak points, the knight is headed to e6 most likely. It does feel like white should be better with the more space, the open b file. The bishop is also, it can come to both diagonals. It has flexibility as well. And he quickly castles as well. So he's all developed now.
Very comfortable position for white. The pawn on e5 really making a big difference.
And now he's offering a queen trade, Surya. So Arjun should probably not take this, because otherwise black will have his own chances then. Probably the queen can go somewhere. Probably to h5, I feel, should be very logical, just maintaining that pressure on f7 and f7 both. And then he can try to, ideally, I would love to push the f pawn if I magically could. Just put the pawn on f4 quickly, but I can't do that. Yeah, he plays queen h5. Interesting. And now black will probably, it's not so easy. It's not so easy for black. For example, I would love to castle. I think bishop e7 would be the first thing that comes to mind, but I'm worried about some, I don't know if it's possible, but like e6 ideas I'm worried about. E6, if queen takes, then rook e1, knight takes, knight e5, and suddenly, there's a lot of pressure. So I'm not really sure it works for black. Very interesting.
Very well pointed out, Sahil. I think you've summarized the question pretty accurately. And this came from an opening where Surya had some problems recently. He lost a game against Jordan Van Forest last year in Grand Swiss. And it looks like Arjun has done his homework quite well and chosen an opening which puts optimal pressure against Surya. Knight e6 on the board, as you pointed out, he eliminates all threats of this e6 and gets this knight to play block the e5 pawn.
Yeah, but now the defending the b7 pawn anymore. So the queen is kind of tied to defending that pawn as well. And still, I mean, knight g5, he goes immediately. He's trying to exchange that knight very quickly. And again, I would love to, play moves like g6, but you can see the dark square weaknesses on the king side. I have a dark square bishop. I can exchange it later on, and it might lead to some, he has pressure on b7, he has pressure on the king side. So it might be a position with weaknesses on both sides of the board, and it might be difficult to defend somehow. And the center is closed, so black has no easy counterplay as well. Yeah, doesn't look so comfortable for black.
Yeah, and you have only 9 minutes to defend this position. It's not like your usual classical game. So Surya can't even sink to a long think, which he has been trained to do all his career. Whenever he has had crisis situations on the board. G6 Queen F3 instantly played.
Yeah.
Arjun is playing at a different level here already. Yes.
Yeah, fast and accurate. And to be honest, I think after he has won the Delhi Open, I think he's like at his peak in his ratings up till now. Like it's unimaginable. Like, you know, when you play tournaments in India, you kind of expect to not gain too much rating because you're playing people who are heavily underrated, especially because of the pandemic. He managed to gain rating even in those tournaments. So it's insane. It's absolutely insane what he has done in the past year or so. And Black plays Bishop G7. He's trying to castle as quickly as possible. But I wouldn't be surprised if Arjun just goes for it with some crazy, you know, maybe, I don't know which move he would play. It's very difficult to guess Arjun's moves. It's that insane. But
H4?
Yeah, H4 looks tempting. Indeed, H4 looks tempting. And Black's king is going to be wondering, you know, I've not even castled yet. At least wait for me to castle before you start attacking me. But he takes on E6, and now Black cannot castle anyway. Let's see what happens.
I'm guessing he'll put a bishop on this diagonal.
True. Yeah,
he goes for the other diagonal.
Okay.
He goes for the F6 square.
Chat, who do you think will win this one? I think Arjun is going to win this one as well, even though, you know, it's not over for Black by any stretch of the imagination. He has a close center that does give his king some safety even on E8. But yeah, long term, it feels difficult. Long term, it does feel difficult.
To be honest, Sahil, I'm a bit skeptical about this knight into e6 move because, as you pointed out earlier, White had this very strong attack with f4, f5. You could get this pawn to f5 and it's game over for Black. You know, for example, you go something like Queen h3 and f4, f5. And if White manages to get this, it's pretty much game over. But when you take knight into e6, you allow this f into e6. What Arjun has achieved in the short term is prevent Black from castling on the king side. But what he has sacrificed in return was the superiority of his pawn structure. So now Black has great defensive potential from a strategic point of view. And Surya quickly played b6, getting rid of this weakness, and then traded his queens off. So this castling thing, it doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah.
And now White aims for this f4, f5, but it's a lot easier to defend in this situation. So it feels like Arjun went wrong there.
Yeah, and if you play f5, I can first of all just play rook f8 and the king can perfectly sit on e6. And to be honest, if you look at the queen side now, if somehow Black manages to push these pawns, you know, it can totally be a situation where Black has a protected pass pawn on c4, you know, once he manages b4 somehow. And it might turn out to be difficult. And you can see, you know, all the pawns are on dark squares. You have a dark square bishop on board. So yeah, I mean, Surya is definitely back in the game for sure. For sure.
And Arjun didn't need to play that fast. He had a big time advantage. He had 12 minutes remaining, but I guess he was just riding on that momentum, and it goes both ways. Yeah, one, it goes like a battering ram. You just smash through everything, but sometimes it can also lead to some hasty decisions. You can never be sure.
Talking about kings on f7, I think we also have the game between Abhimanyu Puranik and S.L. Narayanan. And yeah, the king is again on f7, and they have already, you know, taken a draw. So there was a perpetual here with queen d5 and bishop e6. So that's one result in round 2. It's a fair one, I think, because even though f7 White's pieces are not developed enough, if the knight was on f3, we'll be talking here for an attack. But the knight is on b1, the bishop is on c1. So why not have enough pieces somehow in the game to start an attack? And that's why he just repeats moves. Kind of fair, I think.
Yeah, but I'm incredibly surprised to see Abhimanyu go for this opening because this is kind of known. I mean, this attempt. And he was basically just testing S.L.'s memory here. Maybe because he was surprised by what S.L. played and thought maybe S.L. didn't know this deeply, or he just wanted to test him, and worst case he has a draw. But nevertheless, I'm still incredibly surprised that he went for this because it's not really a very ambitious attempt. And for someone of S.L.'s level, it's pretty easy to utilize this and make a draw.
True. Anyways, we have one result, yeah. So very quick result there. We
have
also
two
will
results.
have Two results actually. Wow, another draw in Indian against RN as well. So 2 draws, lot of draws on day 1. And I think we can have a brief look at the game between Abhijit Gupta and Gukesh now. So we have a lot of pawn moves in this game. White has control over the c file. Rook c7 is a possible threat as well. So black is still not developed the bishop on f8. His next move should be to develop the bishop, but so far, yeah, let's see. I guess bishop takes b4 comes to mind, picking up the pawn.
Yes, Sahil, but with bishop b4, you allow this rook to enter your position.
For sure.
Rook b7
for
check.
Sure.
And also, I'm not really sure if this knight is attacked. Oh yeah, maybe it is, because I was thinking a into d4, bishop into d2, rook d1, and the bishop gets captured anyway, but black has this move bishop a5. So this doesn't work, but maybe something else here. It feels a bit scary for me to allow this rook to c7 and take this g7 pawn. So as black, I would try to look at moves like e5 to prevent this incursion. He goes rook a7.
Rook a7, defending it. Yeah, nice. It defends the threat on c7, and now, yeah, now I think he's captured on b4 for sure. So either white can capture on d4. I think that looks likely, taking the central pawn. That makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, black can have this, huge pawn mass of d5, e5, f6, which can actually block the bishop on g3 as well. And then the bishop on g3, I mean, it will sit there forever, having no future whatsoever. So suddenly, being the co-conspirator in attacking the black king, it will become of a nothing. So I think, yeah, most likely. Let's see what happens though.
Yeah, I think for white, he doesn't really feel in danger, because you can just get this knight onto c5 and white cannot lose. Now in this position, there is only one open file which is in play. There is the b file, but this bishop is preventing the rook from coming onto b8, and black has his own bishop obstructing it. So only the c file is in play right now, and white can just get this knight onto c5 and double his rooks on the c file. So chat, what do you think? Will Gukesh be able to make it 5-0 against Abhijit, or is Abhijit going to fight back in this one?
Okay, I'm sure if there are any Abhijit fans in the chat, they will say no for sure. So by the way, somebody is saying these pawns have found a potato. Okay. I mean, I don't know what shape of potato is, but yeah, I mean, they have an interesting structure here for sure. White has gained space on the king side, but black is also very solid for sure, preventing any further runs. Yeah, very interesting position. We can probably have a look at some of the game now. Just to have a look at the Arjun game once more. So black has somehow gathered us on the H file. So white has a choice here. Like he could play rook h1, but then I feel somehow black's pawns look more dangerous. I think black might be winning this because of the outside pass pawn that could be created.
Yeah, actually you can do it straightforward. Yeah? Just put this pawn on b4.
Yeah.
And white is just not in time. It's just so much faster.
Exactly. And the pawn on f6, even though a defended pass pawn, protected pass pawn will not mean much, because, well, the pawn on c4 will be the hero of this story and the queen into its true potential. So yeah, if not rook h1, then probably Arjun has to, play something like just to kind of prepare for rook h2, which is a bit more difficult as compared to rook h1. He plays, I think, rook f3, right? He's played.
Yeah, he plays rook f3.
Rook f3, defending the c3 pawn. And now rook h2 will happen very quickly, played.
And now it's going to be a repetition, I think. Rook h3, king g4, rook h4, and it's a draw.
Yeah, because with the f6 pawn, white always has counterplay. So it's not easy for black either to, create a lot of, if he captures on a2, for example, white can play rook f2, trade off one pair of rooks, and then he should be fine with the pass pawn on f6. So it's all not hunky-glory for black also. So most draw here as well. A lot of draws even in rapid chess. I know there's increment, but still it's this is high level chess. Yeah, I mean, no clear results, only 2 results in round 1, and so far we have no board where you have a clear advantage for one side.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised at how this has turned out so far in this round. 2 quick draws. It feels like it feels like the players are really trying to get into the CCT, channeling the inner CCT.
True.
But guys, the format of CCT has changed this year. It's a lot more fighting, decisive. No more Berlin draws out there. So people have to get. Oh, so Gangs has gone for it. He has gone for rook into a2. He's not just going to take a draw. He's going to fight for it. He's not just going to take it lying down, and for good reason, because he's not risking a lot as black. He can always just come back rook h2 and get this repetition if he feels the need for it. And if he has more, then he can just press on with more. So it's actually Arjun who has to make a draw here with white. He has to try and make a draw. He's in the defense.
I think it's all about the open h file, right? There's only one open file and black controls it for now. If white could magically put one rook on h3, one rook on h1, like, in this particular move, suddenly he will be much, much better. But for now, black controls the only open file. And that's why I think even with the pawn on f6, like black is doing absolutely fine. So I think we can switch to another game. Let's have a look at the game between Adhiban and Harika. We've not looked at that game, I think, so far. So two very interesting penalties with very interesting styles of play. And Adhiban already has a passed pawn on a5, which can be a nuisance in many cases. On the other hand, black is kind of holding it for now. And it's also very solid. So what do you think, Srinath?
I think very aptly pointed out. The a pawn is the trump card of white. I like white's position practically. I feel like white is a bit better here, convincingly. Like the live bar, it shows it close to equal, but I think practically white has a clear advantage. But as you pointed out, black does have certain counter resources. Now with this move, she attacks both the a pawn as well as the e pawn. And what I also like here is that Harika has managed to see that she's not too low on time, which is something I find is very common with people who are newcomers into a new circuit. So she has done that well. And let's say I go bishop d2 now. How does black increase the pressure?
It's not so comfortable either, because I defend e4, I defend a5. My bishop on f8, cannot really do much. The rook is already on its full potential. I guess I could play knight c5. I think that looks tempting, just to kind of trade off those knights and get my own pawns, on c5 and b5, which can be a bit intimidating, I guess, and the bishop will have more potential long term. But it looks like a stalemate position where white wants to push the pawn, but it's not possible. And black has to use enough resources to stop the pawn that he can't really launch anything of its own. So kind of a very balanced position, I think.
Now that you pointed out, and now that we are delved a bit deeper into this question, I have to agree with you. Initially, I liked it a lot more for white, but the more time I spend here, the more counter chances I see for black. Knight c5, which you pointed out, f5 is an interesting move, which also came to my mind, exerting pressure on the light squares, and she goes for d5, the third option. And all of these moves, it creates more areas for the black pieces on the chessboard. It creates more space. And it's also not tactically easy to deal with this, because, for example, let's say you trade everything on the d5 point, and now there's a double attack, queen into d5 check, and the d3 knight is lost. So AD has to find a way to keep things in the balance without losing anything. He goes queen e2, he defends this, but it's not going to be easy to advance his a pawn or to take advantage of it.
True. And queen e2 played interesting, but I'm still not sure about the valuation. I mean, this is looking like I expect a draw here as well. I think it should be a draw. It should be most likely a draw, because somehow pieces are getting traded off, and the a5 pawn is not solid enough for me to have confidence that I think he'll be able to push it all the way.
Which brings the question to my mind. Which do you think is going to be the first decisive game of this round? Chat. In which game are we going to see a decisive game? And who do you think is going to win in that game? I think this is a question which none of us can answer with reasonable confidence, because all the games are so evenly poised, evenly balanced. And it all looks very interesting.
True. And if we quickly skip to the Sankalp against Leon game, we've not had a look at it. And so far, Black has managed to push the pawns to f5 and e4. And honestly, I do like Black's position. He has a pass pawn, White has a pass pawn on d5. I do like Black's position. The bishops look very stable, blockading the pawn. And then the White king, the a file is opened up. There's also this diagonal from b2 to g7, which is also very interesting. What do you think, Srinath?
Completely agree with you. I think Black is doing really well, but one recurring theme which we are going to see in this event is Leon being perpetually short of time. Any game, I've also noticed there's a lot in the Challenges Chess Tour. He tends to get very low on time in these 15+10, and that is something which has cost him a lot of points in this format. So good position for Black. And all the strategic things you pointed out, the dark squares, but very low on time. So that's going to be the challenge. Sankalp tries to eliminate the queens off the board because he's the one who has the more vulnerable king. Lines have been opened up against his king for the black pieces to invade. So he tries to trade the queen, the most dangerous attacking piece of the opponent. And queen c4, queen e7, I think he's going to keep chasing. But Black will probably play something like queen c7. Take respite from it for the moment, and maybe Sankalp will try to trade more pieces with something like bishop b5.
True. And yeah, the queens are running after each other for a trade. It's like, a salesman running after you, constantly selling his product. But for now, Black is not interested and it's not going to work out. So let's have a look at the game of, so in the Arjun against Surya game, so Surya somehow, captured on a2 and brought the rook back to h2. And now the game, and Arjun has played rook b1, attacking b6. Very interesting position. It's not completely over just yet, I feel.
Yes, Sahil, but also, long term, it's very hard for Black to improve because of this very strong f6 pawn. And so this imprisons Black's king. Now you have to keep the rooks on the h file to keep your h file advantage. And this is the reason why the evaluation bar is stuck at 0.00, because the Black king on d7 cannot really move much. The rooks cannot move. So how do you improve your position? You have this a5 pawn, but the pawn cannot just do it by itself. Yeah, it needs support. It needs other pieces. So I think the game is bound to end in a draw sooner or later.
And I think so far, I don't see any game which, might have. Oh, by the way, Abhijit against Gukesh. Gukesh is turning heat here somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be 5-0 for Gukesh.
Wow. Because the king on e3 is absolutely stuck. And this does not look great for Abhijit. I think this happens. You have that one guy, even though you might be similar, you will constantly end up winning against that one person. And this is exactly what's happening here. The king on e3 is a bit stuck. The knight on a5 is not technically, doing much right now. It cannot come back to b3 or c4. And
it's just lost. Because you cannot move the rook. If you move the rook, it's checkmate on c3.
Yeah.
You have to capture the rook. And if you capture the rook, then after bishop to c7, the knight has no squares to move.
It's just lost. Exactly. It's lost. Wow. So Gukesh taking with 2 wins. Yeah. Gukesh going on top of the board. So Arjun probably will have a draw in this game, and Gukesh will be the leader with 6 points. Wow. Crazy.
Yes. 2 wins against 2 players above 2600. And both of these wins is making him instantly richer. It's $150 per win. That is the prize fund here. So it's literally making you richer.
Yeah, true. Yeah, great reason to play on. Yeah, I mean, that would be great. If you have $150 for each win, I think you'll be definitely fighting for one. So Gukesh definitely putting on the heat, and rooks have been traded off. He's a piece up simply, and I don't see any defense. Simply rook a2 and then pushing his central pawns should pretty much be game over. So Gukesh will most likely win his game. That means he will go to the leaderboard, on top of the leaderboard, with simply 6 points, with nobody in sight.
6 out of 6.
Crazy. That's crazy. And
meanwhile, Sadhwani is also catching up after a loss against Gukesh in the first round, he seems to be bouncing back here. He seems to have a really nice position. At the moment, right at the outside, it feels difficult to even see how many pawns are there on the board, Sahil. There are double pawns here, and there are double pawns here. And I would have to literally count, but I see white has one pawn less.
Yeah, true. And somehow, like it's like a situation where white expected his pawn on f6 to do some damage, but it did not really happen. Black has proper control of the d file. The bishop on c6 is a monster, putting pressure on g2. If the rook comes to the second rank, I think it's pretty much game over. Bishop on e3, doing a good job of defending for now. But then obviously the bishop on c6 has more potential because it has an open diagonal. This is the exact classic example, chat. Somehow opposite color bishops drawish endgames, but once you're attacking, they can turn into an absolute beast.
Absolutely. They can turn into an absolute beast, especially when you have queens and rooks on the board. And I find these kind of battles really interesting, Sahil. For example, Arjun, Surya, or Sethuraman, they are all rated around this 2600 rating group, and they represent different generations. And I find it exciting because they typically have different strengths and a different upbringing, a different way of reaching there. And the clash between them always brings about something unbalanced and exciting.
True. And played by Ronak, so he's trying to bring his last piece into the game as well. And White's moves do feel a bit difficult. He doesn't have a clear plan, I feel. That's the only issue somehow. But yeah, I mean, Sethuraman fight on. I think Sethuraman was, within inches of coming in with tied first or something in the Delhi Open, but he lost, I think, the last game to Harsha Bhartapati, I think. So he must be fighting for, glory in this tournament. So we expect him to come back as well. So if we have a look at all the games once, I think we've had many results. Gukesh has, by the way, won. Opponent has resigned. Abhijit has resigned. So Gukesh has won. In terms of RN Chopra, he has drawn his game against Indian, and Lalit Babu going on against Karthik and Murli with a very interesting position. Both kings under
the fire, true. But the white king is conveniently protected by his opposition pawn.
Yeah.
It's literally this adage, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. The white king is literally keeping his enemy as close as he can, so that the black king cannot reach him in this line.
Yeah, Shri, sorry, I'm getting a call. Hello. Yeah, we'll have to report a traitor here. The pawn on b2. It's not in my team. It's helping the opponent team. I don't know exactly why the pawn is. Yeah, white is very clever. Yeah, not taking the pawn, chat, using the pawn against him. Somehow black is fine, because the rook on the h1 alone cannot do much. It needs support from other pieces. And you have a situation where the bishop on c2 is just blocked by its own pawn. So that's why he's placed d6, even sacking a pawn just to open lines up. You have queen b7 threats and so on. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's a situation where you're literally trying to get rid of your pawns, and it's also a distraction. If you take this, then he wants the queen to get to h3 and try and create threats here. Now, although the position remains balanced, there's a huge advantage in time. White has 9 minutes, black has less than a minute. And this is kind of what Lalit is probably counting on. He's trying to, he goes queen b7 check. He wants to enter from the 8th rank, I assume. Yeah, if the queen gets traded with queen c7, then you just trade the queens and you have... But I'm not sure if even this is winning, because there's knight c4 check and knight into a3, but at the end of this, maybe there's bishop d3.
Nice. Yeah, now I think it should be a draw. I think the knight on e5 is pretty solid, but I think the passed pawn on a3 is going to assure that white is fine. So
yeah, but it's a very difficult situation for black, because do you take this pawn and risk e5 with idea of rook h7 check, or do you go knight c4 and knight a3 and risk your knight getting trapped? Both of these options look tempting, but with 30 seconds, Karthi doesn't risk either of it.
True.
He just goes rook c5 for the moment.
Nice. Yeah, he's trying to, I think makes sense. But I think this will be fun to follow for sure. So again, we had a result in Puranik against Narayan. I think they had a draw repetition. Now, if we go to the game of Sankalp against Leon, now both sides have managed to push their pawns, connected pawns, putting a lot of pressure on their opponent. But then it's very black pawns are connected. The king is supporting them on e5. When the king is, leading the way, it's going to be better. So black definitely having a slight edge there.
Yeah, black having a slight edge, but has only 15 seconds. But I think Leon has improved his play under time trouble by a massive margin. There was this point in this game when black offered repetition, when the queens were kind of following each other, queen c4, queen e7, queen a6, queen c5. But here Sankalp chose to play on with rook d4, even though his position was worse. And this was a huge gamble, he was just offering his rook to get this powerful bishop. And the game went on, but it looked like black had the upper hand. But with 15 seconds, it's not easy for Leon to find his way. He probably wants to put his king on c5 and block everything and then push his pawns, but you're not really blocking. He goes back king e5, king d6, and goes back king e5. Not the kind of position you want to play with 15 seconds remaining.
True. Now the white king is also come in the game, right? So earlier we had the king on e5 and the king on b1, so clearly black had a slight edge, but now both kings are coming into the game and white pushes d6. So the bishop on d7 is kind of, crippled now. It does not have many options to dance around. So white is fighting back. White is surely fighting back.
Yeah, white is fighting back, and he's certainly ambitious. He wants to win this game. Both of them having the identical rating of 25-36.
Nice. They are going for the throat for sure. And then we had the game Arjun against Surya. As far as I know, the game has been agreed to a draw by both players.
Yes.
So Arjun goes to now with 1 win and 1 draw. So he will think, probably second on the leaderboard at least, tied second for sure with somebody. And Adhiban against Harika still going on.
Yeah, still going on. And there was a pretty instructive moment here when this was the position. Adhiban played rook b1, attacking this knight and forcing the knight to take knight into a5. He followed up with bishop a6, attacking both these pieces at once, forcing rook a8. And now with rook a1, it looked like white is winning a piece. But black had this beautiful defensive resource with rook a6. The point being that if white takes bishop into a5, then there's bishop b4. And white cannot win this position with the 2 minor pieces, because 2 minor pieces against rook, in general, a favorable balance, but not in complete endgames where only the rook and the 2 minor pieces remain, especially when passes are at play. So she found this rook a6.
Yeah, the rook is very good at harassing. Yeah, if the pass pawn is far away, the king cannot support in any way, then the rook can be a deadly piece for sure.
But what do you think of this decision of taking rook into b6, Sahil?
Rook into b6. Yeah,
it looks like Harika played this very quickly and confidently, and looks like she knows her endgame here.
Yeah, I think she's happy with the draw here. I think the position was kind of complicated, and as you can see, both have 1 minute on the clock. And to be honest, it might just be to get up the leaderboard. Yeah, I think that's the first. Like, I don't know, like when you're playing cricket, for example, I think that's the first strategy, not to be out. I think that's the main thing, and you want to get into the as soon as possible. And as of now, with I think a pawn for the I think she has an easy draw here. Should not be so difficult to draw this. Even if she exchanges all the pawns, rook against bishop should be easy to kind of draw for a player like Harika. So I think she should be fine here. She should be fine. And I don't see any winning chances for black. So if you're kind of, sometimes I feel, if you feel you have no winning chances, maybe it's okay. Yeah? Maybe it's okay just to head off quickly into the endgame where you have no pressure and you kind of just hold on into a theoretical position you might already know, I feel.
Makes a lot of sense. What I was impressed with is the level of confidence she displayed, because I would have been a bit scared to go into this position as black, but she knows her endgames.
Yeah. And so I think we might see, so far, I think we can only see one result in this round. And it's not, by the way, Lalit Babu, Karthik and Murli have drawn after rook c5 in that position. They did moves. So they have also drawn their game. So a lot of draws in round 2 as well.
But it looks like the Sankalp Leon game is going towards a decisive result. The black pawns are running, the white pawns have been stalled. The G pawn going all the way to 2 and next to G1. So looks like Sankalp is paying the price for his ambition.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. I think the first time I ever, was when I was learning chess, I was like, maybe I should play it safe sometimes. But I saw this, I don't know, it was some video by, I think, Daniel King, who said, yeah, it might hurt you on some occasions, when you're over ambitious, but it will benefit you on most occasions. So I think you might have those games where you over push and lose, but then it will benefit you for each game you lose, you might end up winning 10. So I think it makes sense to over push for sure. Not over push like to kind of put pressure even in equal positions. That's what Carlsen does so effectively. But yeah, somehow Leon coming back here and now he has 2 pawns and unfortunately not much to do. The bishop will be lost for one of these pawns very soon.
It certainly comes with its terms and conditions because being ambitious is good, but I think being over ambitious not very healthy in general. You can only do what exists within the position, and when you try to create more, it creates a distortion in reality. It's like expecting too much, and the reality always comes back and hits you in the head. So I think in this case it was a bit too ambitious for Sankalp because the position didn't have it in it. So that is also the problem when you play chess trying to win. Like for example, your expectation is to win, and within your position you don't have that win. You try to manufacture it out of nowhere. It's like going for a premeditated shot in cricket. The shot is not on, but you go for it anyway, and there are a lot of cases where the batsman gets out. So it has to be in balance, and this is something people when they get a higher level of skill, they learn to do it effectively. Try to win, but without compromising, without risking as much.
True. And now I think black is all set. He's played bishop e6. Next, I think we might expect simply g2, and I think it should be game over pretty much because white tried to play rook g2, basically win both pawns for his bishop, but black was like, no. He put his rook on the g file so that, white is not able even to take both the pawns for his bishop. And now the king is also stuck, white king on d8. He's trying to push his pawns, but there's not enough time, unfortunately. And I think, Leon also going to 4 points, tied second place.
It's domination of the under 18 kids. And it's because of Arjun that it's under 18. Otherwise, it would be under 16, I guess.
True. G2 played, rook e1 check. I mean, just take the d6 pawn, and that should be, I guess.
Yep. And 10 seconds increment. So Leon has all the time in the world to do it. It brings me to this risk-reward evaluation. There is risk and there is reward in a lot of situations, and people really want that reward. They have certain expectations, but they should also balance it with the risk. And when they stop doing it, it becomes gambling. And I think that's the exact word to describe what Sankalp did in this game today. He gambled. He had absolutely no rationale for taking risks of this extent. He gambled, and when you gamble, you have no control over the results. It's totally random, but more often than not, you lose.
True. I totally agree. I think one thing is to have it all planned, and one is to, as you said, gamble. That's obviously not what you should do. Chess is a game of skill. I think gambling is definitely not recommended, I would say. So let's go to the game. I think we can check out the game of once we can check out Adhiban against Harika, just to kind of put the result into fruition. I think this should be, she has played the 3, and now it'll be bishop and pawn against rook. So the black king should have a safe haven somewhere near the bishop, for example, on d5. If the rook moves, then on. And this should be an easy draw now for Harika, I feel.
Yeah, it's a very easy draw, and I guess they'll just find a way to make this draw. And that sums up round 2, at the end of which Gukesh is leading, Arjun in second place.
Yeah, by the way, they have drawn, they have exchanged, or that's one more draw. And then you have Sethuraman, who's still fighting on. He's playing Ronak, and Ronak is slightly better, I think. But yeah, Rook Endgames, Rook goes to the 7th rank, attacking a lot of pawns together. I think the Rook is very effective on the 7th rank because, chat, as usual, when you start the game of chess, all on the 7th rank or the 2nd rank. So not many have usually moved by the end of the game, and that's exactly why the Rook on E7 is attacking a lot of pawns. But yeah, Black should have some chances because, for example, now a move like B6, defending all 3 pawns together, attacking the pawn on F5 does give Black winning chances for sure.
Yeah, seems like Black is really winning here, yeah, because the white pawns are weak, and it's also, so one of the most important component in chess endgames is whether you have a passed pawn or not. That's really a game changer, yeah. That's the way you win in endgames. You create a passed pawn.
True.
When I was learning chess, and there was this boy who was describing his mother how he would win, and he would be like, I would just exchange all the pieces. I would go to the end game. I would create a passed pawn. I'll queen the pawn and I'll win. This was a step-by-step guide to winning in chess.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, passed pawns, it really makes a lot of difference. And in this situation, yeah, he plays b6. White will chase it with rook b7, and then at some point, Black might take this pawn, White will take this, and then Ronak will create another passed pawn. So it could lead to a situation where he has 2 of these passes instead of against 1 of White. And in this situation, if this A pawn was on the F2 F square instead, then White will have much better chances of drawing. But with 2 passed pawns, it becomes that much harder for White. And what Ronak did with rook d6, I think it also increases his chances. He brings his king, and then he'll take his rook to d4 and this pawn. So his king will also be advanced, and then he'll have these 2 passed pawns, F and C.
Somebody chat is saying Srinath giving life advices. Well, I can totally take life advice from Srinath. I can pretty much assure you he has great advice to give. So do listen to him for life advice as well. Can we expect a podcast soon, Srinath?
No.
No, it will be fun too. I'll definitely follow that one. By the way, so I think we have most results already. So I expect Ronak to kind of outplay Sethuraman here, and then he will also come back. Harika has already ended in a draw. Then you have Arjun, who has finished in a draw. Then you have Leon, who has defeated Sankalp Gupta with the black pieces. S.L. against Puranik was a draw as well. You had Karthikeyan against Lalit Babu, a draw as well. Indian against Aryan, a draw as well. So many draws. Gukesh won. He is going to be leading this tournament with 6 points, and he will have the white pieces in the next round. And next round, Gukesh is playing Indian with the white pieces. It'll be fun to follow that game as well. And Arjun is playing Leon. Wow. So youngsters playing youngsters, it will be, a bloodbath very soon.
Yeah, youngsters playing youngsters, although I'm not really sure if Arjun feels young around these 16-year-olds anymore. He certainly feels young around me, around people like us. I hope I can include you in that.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, how these guys do it, because they play so many tournaments, but they maintain that energy level. Because I know, even if you're playing a strong tournament, even one tournament itself, at the end of this tournament, in the last 3 rounds, you'll be, low in energy. Your blunders the frequency of the blunders can increase sometimes, but they play tournament after tournament and everything, and they never make a mistake. You will never see these guys blunder a pawn. It is never going to happen. And it's crazy how well they can play. And it's not just physical fitness, mental fitness to constantly strive for a win. It's not easy. It's not easy at all, because you become satisfied with the performance. You can kind of, lose your concentration for a game or so, but never does it happen with these guys. And such top-notch chess, even in rapid, is just insane.
Absolutely, Sahil. Amazing stamina. But what I would like to add to that is it really helps a lot if you love and enjoy what you do. And these guys are in that phase where they are just loving it. They just want to play more and more chess. They just want to keep doing it every day. So there was this national championship in India with 11 games in 11 games in 7 days, which obviously had to include a lot of double rounds. And usually it would be something like 11 games in 9 days. And a lot of older players were not too happy about it. They thought it would compromise their level of chess. But Gukesh, on the other hand, he loved it. He loved having these 2 rounds per day because he can play more chess in one day. As simple as that.
Nice. That's nice. Yeah, that's.
And I didn't ask this to Gukesh, directly if he ever gets tired. It turns out that he does, but it just doesn't care about it.
I mean, even the youngsters, even during OTB chess tournaments, they're never seated on their chair, right? They are roaming around. Even I remember playing this tournament in France where I saw, I think it was Nehal, like they don't even sit at the chair, they're just roaming around, checking all the games, come back, play the moves, go back, like they're calculating even while they're moving around the tournament hall. They just never get tired. It's just fascinating to watch. It's just amazing.
Absolutely. They just want to, they're just so active. Yeah, they want to keep doing something every second. It's also I think typical in sports. I also see this in top athletes in other sports. They're just constantly in action. They're constantly wanting to do something. They're so energetic. They are so active, and it helps a lot in improving rapidly when you have that level of intensity and activity.
True. I think we are left with only one game in this round, and that is the game of Sethuraman against Ronak. And considering the position, it might take a while because it takes time to make a queen. You have to push your pawn 8 times. The pawn can also get tired. So let's see how black converts this. It will not be so easy. I mean, king f5, there's rook f7. So you have to calculate all the things. But I think you can also improve your position, probably push h5, then a4 and so on. Push your pawns as far as the board as you can, and then you can go for the critical variation where you capture the pawn on f5 or something like that, or go with the rook to the second rank and so on. So let's see how black does it. I think Ronak will give a pretty good demonstration of how to win a rook endgame here.
Yeah, we can also sit to Ronak
to
to show us the winning way here.
Yeah, that's the lazy way of doing it. I do like it. I like it. I love it. He plays h5. Nice. He plays the h5. And now it's white to play. Let's see what white does.
I guess he goes somewhere king g3 maybe. You want to. So with white, you want to prepare against king into f5 with rook into f7 check.
Yeah.
And so he can do two things. Yeah, he can do it likewise, but you don't want to put a pawn on the 4th rank because then if the rook comes here, it hits you.
True.
So you can't play a4. You can't play. It's a very tricky situation for white. Whatever you touch, it becomes weaker. So maybe just move around the king. And where can you move around the king? You go to the 4th rank. You get hit with a tempo, so that gets eliminated. You have to do it on 3rd rank. Maybe king e3 or king g3. King g3 because it prevents h4. But then, as you pointed out, maybe black just goes a4.
By the way, Ronak was vibing. Did you see? He was like vibing like this on video, like he was enjoying himself. And Sethuraman is right up the camera. Yeah, I mean he's not kidding around. He's like, I want this draw at all costs. So maybe he'll fight on somehow, but not easy at all. And now, unfortunately, because he's played king g3, I think after king f5, the king can simply run to the queen side. And that might be not so easy for white to defend against, because earlier the king had no path. It was a bit more difficult, but now he has a clear path to go to c4. And once the c4 pawn is lost, I think the c5 pawn is he takes on f5 now. Let's see how he converts this one.
Rook into f7 check, king e4. Yeah, sorry.
King e4. Chat, how many of you can convert this as black? Imagine you're playing somebody, who's, just as your level. How many of you can actually convert this game? Because it's not always easy, because I can take on h5, I'll have my own pass pawn. So how many of you can actually convert this?
Yeah, I think the conversion.
It's not easy. It's not. See, white is going king h4. He wants to capture h5, and then he will start pushing his h pawn. It's not always easy.
Ashwath is like Sri Howard predicting the moves for the first win, and let's see how many moves You get correct. We can do that. We can do that with the chat. But I wouldn't have predicted Rook D2. I was going for King
Even
D3
I
in
was
order to take the
going
C4 pawn.
Yeah. I think he wants to take the H2 pawn. Like then there's no counterplay. So why to simply play? He gives a check. King goes back to F5.
He goes for the most efficient way to finish it off. Yeah. Now H3 and Rook into A2.
Yeah, no counterplay whatsoever. Nice.
Yeah, so king stays. The king protects the advance from the H pawn, and on the queen side we have these pawns. So at least Rook into A2, I got it right.
Nice. Somebody saying I can lose from this position. Deepak, I think that's really unlikely that if you were black here, you could lose this because you can simply take the rook for the pawn and come with the king to c4. It's almost impossible to lose this, but yeah, you can mess it up and draw for sure. There's no doubt. For example, rook a4 here does look a bit unorthodox. He's trying to defend everything, and now he'll start pushing the a pawn. But yeah, it's become a bit more complicated than it should have been, I think.
Certainly seems so, but how? Like, let's say I go a3 now. If you go rook a8, maybe I'll just take rook into c4 and start pushing these pawns.
Yeah, true.
Hard to be sure, but I think I think 2 versus 1 should be winning.
Yeah. True.
Because
the king is also stuck.
As Viper pointed out, you can even sacrifice the rook and win this.
Yeah. True.
Sorry, I interrupted you again.
No, because the king on h5 is also kind of stuck, right? You cannot even push the pawn. You have to first move the king, then drag the pawn, then move the king, then drag the pawn. It's not an easy way to push the pawn quickly. That's also a problem for white somehow.
Yeah.
So I think this game should be a win for Ronak. With that, I think Ronak will go to 4 points. No, he will go to 3 points. And Gukesh will lead the standings with 6. Then you will have Arjun on 4 points as well. So we'll have some interesting pairings and standings as well. So, so far, who do you think will be at the top after day 1? What do you think, Srinath?
I think that's a question that the chat should answer first.
Chat, what do you think? So far, you've seen the play of all players. Who do you think will be at the top after day 1? So far, Gukesh is, of course, leading, but that is not for sure going to stay there. It might change. Somebody else might catch up. Who do you think?
Meanwhile, the other games of round 3 has already begun. So we have kickoff in a few of these games. And the games to look forward to in round 3, there's Surya against Adhiban, Leon against Arjun, and Sethu and Ronak will probably have a delayed start to their round 3.
So as soon as the games start, we can even actually have a look at them, because I think this one is, I guess, over, right? Because I don't see any way for white to put up any resistance, because the B pawn is just as advanced as the H pawn, but there's one more pawn on C5 now. So I think that should be pretty easy win for black now. And he plays rook F4, even the pawn endgame he's ready to go into the pawn endgame as well. So I guess we can switch to round 3, or shall we stay on round 2? What do you say, Srinath?
Yeah, let's go for
round 3. Yeah?
Round 3.
Okay.
And perhaps start with so we can start with the Arjun game, or we can start with the Adhiban game. Which one do you want to go for?
Yeah, let's go for Arjun's game. I think that's a good start usually. He's playing Luke as well. So Luke also, won his last game. So both players, high on confidence. Let's see who takes the lead. Wow, d4, g6. Nice.
Yeah, he went for d4, g6. Yeah, he's going for it in all the games.
Yeah.
c4, bishop g7, knight f3, d6, knight c3, knight c6. Chat, whose opening is this? Who plays this a lot in bullet chess?
Yeah, chat, who is that famous youngster from India who plays this opening a lot? I mean, the guy who has crushed everybody in bullet. Who is that guy, chat? Come on, let's go.
Actually, I was going for the person who did this even before the youngster. Someone, the kid copied it from.
Okay.
There is an OG.
Okay.
There is this one guy who started out with the system, d4, g6, g6, bishop g7, d6, knight c6, and then just take the bishop to h3, bishop d7, queen c8. Usually white has this bishop on g2 in these systems.
So chat is playing Nihal, Sarin. Couple of people are saying Hikaru as well.
Exactly, it was Hikaru. And this is like complete trash from an objective sense. It's a bad opening. White gets an advantage, but it's very tricky to do this in bullet and blitz because you don't have time to play those objectively best moves. So I even have a file against this opening named something like the useless Hikaru opening or something, because White gets such a nice position, but it's very annoying to face this in shorter time control.
But I think we have to remove the word useless now because you qualify for the candidates. So I think it will be.
No, that's not about Hikaru. That's about the opening. Of course, that's about the opening. It's not about Hikaru.
No, I mean, even about the opening, right? I think because he qualified for the candidates, so whatever you play now is pure gold.
I don't expect him to do it in the candidates, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But you never know about Hikaru, yeah. I mean, if he let's say in the last 3 rounds has no chance to qualify, he might as well do it. I can totally, he might even play Bongtrot for all I know, because he knows how to make content and he will go for it if he has no chance to qualify, for example.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it is pretty effective. I have lost a lot of games with White here, which explains the frustration I have against this opening. And you put this on computer, it shows the kind of advantage it shows in the live evaluation bar now. You know that White is better. With limited time, it's so hard to work out things though.
True. Because it does have sound position and concepts, right? I mean, you exchange the dark square bishop, put your pawns on dark squares, but somehow it takes too much time and White has so much space that White should have an edge. But if he sits down quietly, plays normal moves, then Black can slowly come back into the game and then he can defeat you positionally with these double pawns. The pawn on C3 and C4 is doubled, can be weak. The knight can sometimes sit on C5 and Black can have some ideas. But for now, 2 bishops, Black is not castled. There are weak squares on king side. For example, H6 looks so tempting to put my bishop there, not allow Black to castle. And yeah, for now, White is doing great.
Yeah, but I can see why this is so annoying to face as White. I mean, I know that from first hand, and also Black's play is so easy and simple. You just go castle, you go e5, knight c5. The pieces just come to good squares, And what you pointed out, the pawns on c3 and c4, they're long-term weaknesses, and I would be very uncomfortable having them in my position.
True. Somebody saying it's unfair to have Indian chess tour without Pragg Nihal. They might be a part of it. I think Pragg has already kind of qualified for the main CCT. So that's one thing. And they might be a part, who knows? I think there are 4 tournaments lined up with 1 finals. It will happen every couple of months or so. So he might be a part soon. You never know.
Yeah, the MPL Indian Chess Tour is a qualification tournament for the Champion Chess Tour. And therefore, Pragg, who has already qualified to the Champion Chess Tour, he's a bit overqualified to be here. And Nihal will probably be a part of the future events. It depends on the availability. It's become an insanely busy calendar now, post-pandemic. There are coaching camps, there are tournaments, there are the OTP tournaments, there are the online tournaments, there are coaching camps, there are things all around the place. And even for the youngsters, they have such a busy calendar now. They have things to do all the time.
True. And I guess we can shift to some other game now. If we can have a look at the game between, for example, Gukesh against Indian, because we have the Benko Gambit returning after a while. Wow. So I have not seen the Benko Gambit in like top level chess played too often nowadays, but Indian has gone for it and Gukesh has gone for something very solid with King H3, King G2 and so on. Black has put his rooks on A6 and B8, putting a lot of pressure on the white queen side. White plays B3 to simply negate that pressure from the rook on B8. But Black will always have long-term compensation because you have an extra pawn on the queen side, but it's not easy to push. It's not easy to realize that advantage because Black totally dominates these 2 files, A and B files. And if somehow, if he manages to capture one of these pawns, the second will fall thereafter, and then suddenly Black is better. So that's Black's strategy, to basically put the queen opposite, the queen is kind of diagonally opposite the king. I know it looks insignificant right now, but sometimes I've seen that queen come into action along that diagonal as well. And yeah, Black is holding on for now.
Yeah, and in such openings, it's a popular strategy to have your pawn on a4 and the rook on a3. So you put the pawn on a4, which is very important and useful because you cover the b5 point, and if you can get this knight onto b5, you're covering the black rooks from hitting the open lines, as you pointed out, the b and a lines. And with the rook on a3, you're doing two functions. You're removing the rook from this diagonal, from where there can be a lot of tactics, as you pointed out, and he's played rook b4 now, maybe knight into e4. It's not really a threat. So I would go a4 and knight b5. But maybe it makes it difficult to get this knight b5 in because the e4 pawn is hit. But a4 and maybe next rook a3 and knight b5 at an appropriate moment. Or start with rook e1 and then do the same thing, a4 and knight b5. And this rook on b4 can potentially get trapped. The other idea of this move with rook b4 is to try and get c4 in. So you break this white pawn chain further. So I'm guessing black intends c4 against rook e1, and against a4 some additional pressure, because I don't think c4, maybe c4. I don't think c4 works here.
Although if you could manage c4, that would be really good, right? Because then the rook can sit on c4, you have a weakness on a2, the knight can come to c5, and then suddenly black's pieces look really active. But so what does white do here? It's not so easy. I think somehow, yeah, so far black is holding on, and I'm not really sure what white's next move is.
Yeah,
it's not. So
it looks like you can't really stop c4, but I'm not entirely sure if you have to either, because c4, if you take b into c4, then for example, if you take c into b into c4, then it looks bad. All the things you mentioned coming into play. But if you have the opportunity to ignore it and allow black to take c into b3 and you take back a into b3, then it's not such a bad thing, because then you get your own pawn to b4 and this b pawn will be much better placed compared to the a pawn. So if you can allow c into b3, take back a into b3 and get this b pawn rolling, then it would be useful. So maybe something like rook b1 here.
True. And I think they will take some time here, I think, because white's moves are not so simple. I think a couple of moves he can for sure play rook b1 or try to put one rook on e1 as rook h1 if he has the time, of course. But maybe we can go to some other game now, and I think we could go to the game between S.L. Narayanan and Sankalp Gupta, because apparently they
the Sankalp Gupta against S.L. Narayanan on the board now, and looks like Sankalp has a pretty decent question. I'm sorry, I think I lost you for a while there, Sahil. I'm not sure if I got this.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Cool.
Yeah, Sankalp has a fine position out of the opening. He was really disappointed during the break, by the way. He had a very good position in the first round. It looked like he was winning. He drew that. And in the second round, he lost a game where he had no business losing, avoiding repetition.
True.
So he wasn't happy about it. He texted me during the break, but I hope he manages to. But the quality of his chess has been pretty decent so far, and I hope he manages to bounce back.
True. And I think white does have a nice here. So by queen d7 played by Sankalp, so he gets out of the attack without creating any weaknesses. White plays rook e1, normal moves. I think it is balanced, pretty balanced, because white retains the option to take on d6 or play knight c5, which should at least give him the bishop pair or maybe straighten up his pawn structure. So I think should be roughly equal here, most likely.
Yep, and it's also been a disappointing start for S.L. Yeah, he drew the first two games, and this is a format that doesn't reward draws so much. And S.L. is also not the guy you see making a lot of draws. His games usually tend to be quite decisive, but it's been a tentative and underwhelming start for S.L. so far in this tournament.
True. By the way, if you go to the game Luke against Arjun, I do not like Arjun's position at the first glance, because I think the black king cannot castle. He's castled queenside, But yeah, it does look like white should be better with the two bishops. The knight on c5 looks like a good piece, but has nowhere to go for now. And yeah, I do think Luke should be better here.
Yeah, it looks like Luke should be better from an objective point of view, but from the practical human psychological point of view, it looks like Arjun is totally chill. You know, he looks like he knows what he's doing, and he has more than 15 minutes. He's close to having 16 minutes, so he's really blitzkrieging his opponent, and I do think there are grounds for him to be strategically optimistic because Leon, he put his bishop on h6 to prevent black from castling, but this bishop is now stuck because of the f4 pawn. White can take this pawn on d6, but then black just goes b6, which he flashes out instantly. And when the smoke gets cleared in the future, this c4 and c3 pawns are eternally weak.
True.
So these are his grounds for having hope here, but very dangerous position, as you pointed out. Like, you know, the threats on the dark squares.
Yeah,
for White, the challenge is to find a way to exploit these things in a concretely good way.
True. Like, I would love to have the bishop on e5 somehow, but it's not really possible. Like, if the bishop would come to e5, I would be dancing around. Bishop on h6, yeah, now, as you said, it's not doing much at all. And black.
So you can create the situation by playing something like f5 to try and get the bishop.
Yeah, I was considering somehow it's like now my c4 pawn is weak as well. The knight has the e4 square. This suddenly doesn't feel so tempting anymore. I would give White this knight the e4 square and so on.
But then how would you defend against bishop f4 and the invasion?
Bishop f4, I think I can simply play king b7, right? Because my king is pretty safe. I'm not really sure about this one. Does look dangerous, I have to admit. King a8, and now my king does look safe. Again, I have the e4 square under control as black, so it doesn't feel like black should be.
Yeah, you don't get mated in this diagonal. Yeah,
exactly. I think I like the fact that, you know, my bishop is right now kind of, you know, even though the knight is very well placed, it's kind of controlling the knight very well. So I don't want to let it away somehow. So yeah, let's see what White actually plays. He plays the move.
He played queen e5. Just taking this queen out of this line, you know, because, for example, if you played something like bishop g5, which was one of my thoughts, then black had this move bishop a4 and getting this discard attack and hitting the c2 point and winning this piece. So he just takes this queen away as prophylaxis. And
Chat, who do you think will win this one? Yo, Ambrish, how are you? What do you think? Who do you think will win this one? Will Luke manage to, you know, hold his nerves and somehow reroute his pieces to better squares? Or will Arjun do what Arjun does and, you know, somehow confuse his opponents? I think Arjun's opening prep has been just immaculate in the past 1 year. I've been a big fan of his opening prep. I think he puts a lot of pressure in the starting few moves. You know, he knows what he's doing. He knows the plans. He knows the theory. And he gains an edge on the clock as well, as you can clearly see here. So 6 minutes lead for Arjun on the clock already. That gives him more time to, you know, formulate his strategy right now.
Yes, and in general also he plays quite fast, but this strategy has gone two ways for him. In the first game, he won a flawless game. He managed to win very comfortably. In the second game, his opponent managed to hit back. And to me, at the moment, it feels like he's a bit on the excess side of the speed. Maybe he's just. I feel like he's taking a bit too. His risk proportion is a bit on the higher side.
For sure. And White is actually not forced to trade on c7. So I think if black were to capture on e5, I think White would capture with the pawn. And then suddenly the rook has the open f file and the bishop has a future now, surprisingly enough. So yeah, I mean, White does look slightly better for sure.
Yes, and you can also achieve your dream of bringing the bishop to e5.
Yeah, true. By the way, I think so this round 2 game has finished. I think it finished a while back. So they have started. Good. Okay. So if you go to the game of Harika against Sethu now, they have played 12 moves so far, and very interesting position. I think typical Sicilian, nothing spectacular. Black has put the bishop on b7, attacking the pawn on e4. Now the only question is, will black castle? I guess knight f6 looks tempting, but then White has e5 tries. You have to keep that in mind always.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, the thing I pointed out about Harika being a bit down on time, a newcomer in this circuit, relatively, it's playing out in this game. She is down on time for the. She's down on time considerably.
And she's been down on almost all games, I feel.
Against Adhiban, she managed it quite decently. With the white pieces, there's this. She seems to be under a bit of pressure.
Arjun surely is a stronger one, so he should be able to hold, in my opinion. Yeah, for sure. I think Arjun is definitely one of the strongest in the tournament, and he's in great form. So I do expect him to, put up a tough fight. But as of now, yeah, it's still looking good for Leon in that game. By the way, the bishop did come to e5 in that game, so Leon did achieve. He listened to me and got my dream. Thank you for that, Leon.
Yeah, and also when you're stronger, you don't want to be in the situation where you're the one holding. You ideally want to be in a situation where you're the one exerting pressure, and then you either win or draw. That should be you should put yourself in a situation where you have a good probability for yourself. And of course, you can't win every game, and you can't win every game even when you're a stronger player. But you can increase your percentage. You can put yourself in situations where you have a high percentage of success. And that's not easy to do. That requires a bit of balance, especially when you have the black pieces, because sometimes when you play these risky openings, you can get worse, which is what happened in Arjun's game. But in some cases, it just goes spectacularly well. And again, someone like Hikaru has made hundreds of wins from this opening.
True.
And so has Nihal.
By the way, we can switch to the game. Surya Ganguly against Adhiban. Apparently, the game is, there's some play on the king side for both sides now. So black has put his rook on g8, attacking g2. White has the queen on f3, knight to h5. Right now, it's not possible to prolong the knight on f5 for now. But yeah, interesting position. I think both sides trying to, create chances.
Yeah, very interesting question. At first sight, it looked like white was a bit better in this game. Adhiban going for a slightly unorthodox opening. But he has managed to activate his rook, getting this g into f6, very high level advanced strategy. Activating the rook whilst not weakening his king too much. And white is in no position to exploit this because he just doesn't have enough pieces. Right now, bishop into b3 is a threat, and if white takes bishop into e6, then black can just go f into e6, I guess, controlling the f5 square.
True. And somehow I feel that, when you're white, when you spoil the structure, I don't know if that's true at the top level, but psychologically, you feel this pressure to actually attack. Like you feel that, I've gained some, maybe I need to put some pressure on my opponent at least. At least I feel that sometimes, when I've somehow spoiled it on the king side, I have some pieces there. Do you feel the same, or is it like, people at top level are absolutely stable, they don't let their emotions take control at all?
No, I think it depends a lot on, it depends a lot on what you recognize as good structure and not a good structure. Initially, you're taught that double pawns are bad, but then later you learn that double pawns in certain positions, they're not so bad. And I think a lot depends on your range of known positions. So if you know that it's safe, it's like this poison mushroom in the forest, you know the safe mushrooms. But if you didn't know it prior, then your guess is as good as mine. And there are certain positions where the computer always teaches you new things that you would think is bad, for example, and the computer shows it's perfectly okay, it's not bad. So we learn things like this all the time, and all of that adds to your understanding. But you have to know it. You have to know that the structure is not so bad, and that's how you add it to the exception list. It's something you do manually.
True. And you've seen a lot of exchanges now. So the knight came to d4, and white simply chopped it off with the bishop. Queen came back to d1, and black is now thinking. So Adhiban, I think, with decent time on the clock, 3-minute lead, I think he should be absolutely fine in this position. No pressure on the clock whatsoever. So he just needs to find a good plan for black, how to connect the rooks and so on, and he should be absolutely fine.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And I'm sensing that one of the reasons why we have a lot of draws so far in this tournament is because the field is so evenly matched, and when the players are of such equal strength, so close to each other, that just creates a lot of draws in chess. I think that's the formula I cracked.
True.
Which is why tournaments like Tata Steel have more decisive games compared to some of these elite tournaments.
True. Sorry to interrupt you there, but there's a crazy game in Murli against Abhimanyu Puranik. So we have a knight on f6, and I can see certain tactics appearing on the board very soon. So I'm not sure what the exact evaluation is, but the position is very interesting. I do like this king on h8 under some pressure for sure.
Yeah, this looks beautiful, Sahil. It looks,
this looks nice.
It looks beautiful for white.
So, yeah, the only thing I'm wondering is whether I go queen b2 or queen c1. I'm only wondering about these two squares. Do I go for this diagonal or do I go for h6? I think h6 looks more tempting because it's, probably threatening mate after queen h6. So, two tempting options.
Yeah, queen c1 looks deadly. It looks so powerful. I guess black's only moves king g7 now, and maybe now you can go queen b2. So you have the choice to get this queen b2 with the black king on g7 or h8.
Yeah, obviously g7 is better because you have double check ideas now on g7.
Yeah, but Karthi goes for none of the above. He goes with e4.
Interesting.
Maybe he wants to take c into d6 or maybe he wants queen c1, queen b2 with the inclusion of e4. You have all these choices. When
difficult to choose from. Like if you have many good choices, sometimes you get confused. I mean, which one to go for? It's not that easy.
Yeah, the paradox of choice, but also choice gives you a certain kind of privilege. You can choose.
True.
You have the choice.
True.
It's nicer to have choice, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And now, so black has to draw the bishop back. Obviously, bishop. I think e6 looks like the most natural square. There's nothing else, most likely. And after bishop e6, again the same ideas. I think queen c1 looks very tempting, or even queen b2. I think, although queen c1 does look, the idea we mentioned after queen c1 and then queen b2 once the king comes to g7 is obviously better. So probably queen c1. But let's see how black plays this.
Yeah, I am very curious and interested on how white exploits this, how white converts this. One of the most difficult aspects of chess.
Somebody saying, Sahil, blink if you are being held hostage. I don't know if hostages display their anger through blinking, if that works, unless it's in Morse code. I really doubt if that works, but okay. Okay, now, so
hey,
I think,
look what's going on in Arjun's game, by the way. It looks like the tables have turned.
Wow.
But he has his move rook e4. I didn't see this. He had this very nice double attack with knight d3, but Leon saves it with rook e4.
Nice. So we might end up in a rook endgame once more, where white is basically a pawn now, but rook c4 now. So Leon should be slightly better, but I think most likely Arjun will hold this because white's pawns are kind of scattered. Pawn on a2, pawn on c3, even the king side pawns don't look so comfortable.
Yeah, but maybe rook a5 now.
Rook a5 is strong. Rook a5 is strong for sure.
Rook a5, rook d1 check. I think it's not so easy for black. It's not straightforward. True. Honestly, I mean, what's the point of having 10 minutes more than your opponent if it gives you this position?
True. If you have more time on the clock and if you have two paths to go through, I think you should hold on to more pieces and make it more complicated. I think, he plays rook a5, attacking the weakness on a7. Black should probably save that pawn.
I don't know. Maybe I've become old or something, but I've become a lot more towards playing slower, playing stronger moves. I used to wonder why people thought in chess when I was younger, and have these questions. But after I aged a bit, I'm constantly wondering why people do things so quickly. Why not, take some more time, play stronger moves. So Arjun's game, it seems like a very nice advantage for white. It's going to be two results. Leon will either win this or he will make a draw. And the other the other leader, basically, the sole leader of this tournament, Gukesh against Inian. Inian managed to get this pawn on c4 and he managed to trade the c and the b pawns. He's also managed to trade the queen, which is actually a very good, very advantageous thing in the Benko gambit for black. So I think Inian has reached a position which is very comfortable for black. What do you think, Sahil?
Yeah, I think, again, once you disconnect these pawns on a2 and b3, now there's an isolated pawn on a2, which is not easy to defend. And the bishop on g7 is exerting some pressure on the knight. So, black always retains this option to take on c3 and take on a4 sometimes. Of course, right now there's a rook on c8, but, the knights are well defended. So there is no serious counterplay for white. There's pressure everywhere. There's pressure on the a2 pawn, the c3 knight, the e4 pawn. And how do you push this extra pawn? You can never go a4, of course, which will, black will simply go rook a8 and will take the pawn at some moment. So, he takes on c3 immediately, actually. And now he will probably just go rook a8 or just take on a2 even. Feels like black should hold this comfortably.
Yeah, it's actually, I think, white I think it's actually black who's slightly better in these types of endgames, because you take the a2 pawn, it's 5 versus 5. In this 5 versus 5, the white pawns on the center are generally weak. And it's especially useful for black to break it with f5 in certain situations where the d5 pawn ends up isolated and alone.
True. So, by the way, so I think this will be interesting. Maybe we can go to the game Aryan against Lalit, because that's, I think, turning out into an endgame now. And most likely, I feel, should end in a draw again. So round 3 as well, continuing in the same flow, I mean, equal material, nothing spectacular happening. So Aryan being very solid. Nice.
Yeah, Aryan being very solid, and Lalit is also quite solid. And Lalit is actually one of the relatively lower rated players in this tournament, filled with 2600 plus opposition. In terms of seeding, I think he's in the second half, if we divide the tournament by 8. But so far he's belonged completely there, and he's shown a lot of solidity.
True. So is the scoring 3 for a win, 1 for a draw? Yes, exactly. It is 3 points for a win, so the tournament does incentivize to kind of go for the kill and win the game. But yeah, it's not being simple, as Srinath pointed out. The ratings are very similar for all the players, so it's not that easy to simply defeat your opponent. You have to kind of sometimes hold the draw and wait for the correct moment. By the way, if you go to the game Murli against Abhimanyu, I think the queen has reached the dark.
Yeah, the queen has reached the summit, the center point. The queen is well placed in the center on e5, and a discard attack is dangling over black at any moment.
Yeah. I think he'll convert this. This should be practically not so difficult to convert.
Abhimanyu has so far been living dangerously in this tournament. He had a shaky first draw against Leon.
Yeah.
In the second round, he had no chances with white against S.L. He made a quick draw. And in the third round now, he has a bad position.
Yeah, true. And this pin here, right? This diagonal pin with the, when your king is stuck on h4 or g7, it's so deadly that nothing else matters on the board anymore. Like once this sets in with some discovered check, it's over. So so usually once you see this being set up, just avoid it from the point blank. Like don't allow white to set up this battery and then calculate. If you can, if it's possible, avoid this at all costs. Especially at the beginner level, it will work like 99 or 100 times for sure.
Yeah, you should avoid it. You should put a red sign, a red big board in this diagonal. Yeah.
True. So I'm trying to find a game where one side's kind of cruising through, but it's so hard. It's by the way,
what's happening in Aryan Lalit?
Oh my god, what
happened? Why did he play 93? Oh my, this is crazy. Why did he play 93 here?
He blundered a piece. Really? Did he blunder a piece?
Did we just jinx him?
Sorry, Aryan. I apologize. Please forgive me for this. But did he really blunder a piece? Oh my God, that's so rare. I mean, simple queen d5 looks so solid. Defending the c4 pawn, bringing the queen, utilizing the queen looks so normal. Oh my God, that's so tragic. Yeah, blundering the piece.
How did this happen?
It's difficult to come back from this
understand.
one. Yeah, no clue. Oh, actually, Aryan won the piece, so I did not jinx anybody. Thankfully.
No, yeah, we jinxed Lalit.
We jinxed Lalit. Sorry, Lalit.
I mean, I jinxed Lalit. I was just talking about how solid he's been. He's belonging here. And
okay, yeah, so that's a bit sad because I think you don't want to lose like this. Yeah, I think nobody minds. Of course, we mind being outplayed, but this is a bit unfortunate to lose a blunder a piece like this. Yeah, I think chat can relate to it. I can totally. I can relate to this one. So I think Aryan will get a win here with the white pieces. Okay, not how we'd have liked to win, but he would probably end up winning this one. Yeah, all the other games I think are roughly balanced. So I think this is what it will take, a piece blunder, I think, for somebody to win. Otherwise, it's going to be equal. Eligasi Arjun is still fighting as black again somehow managed to, stop the C pawn dead in his tracks. And I need to convert this endgame, I feel. Yeah, he will put some pressure. He'll put the king on d2. Then he will try to, advance rooks. Yeah, I think Arjun is doing well to hold on here.
Yeah, and he still has those 13 minutes. So
yeah, true.
Leon is back to his comfort zone. The last 30 seconds.
Rook to a4 now, attacking the weakness here. A3 played immediately by Leon, not wasting a single second on this position. And now, he will fight on for a long while. I think this might even be the longest game of this round, very likely, because Rook endgame shafting f5, trying to head to g4 maybe, or just kind of improving the position a little bit. Why is Anish Giri not playing in the Indian tour?
I think it's for the same reason as Prag, he's part of the Champion Chess Tour, the MPL Indian Chess Tour is a qualification event for the Champion Chess Tour. And Anish is a bit over.
Yeah, exactly. And he also had the Grand Prix, so he might he wasn't sure that he would be free. He might be playing the semifinals. So yeah, that might be one more reason. But well mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
that might be.
Yeah, Anish, next time for sure. So if we go to the Adhiban game now, he has a pass pawn on d3, which weak or strong depending on how you look at it, but yeah, I do expect a draw here as well. I do expect a draw because after all, even if he loses that pawn, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, he will not lose that pawn. I think most likely he will defend with the rook, so he should be fine.
I would not be so confident, Sahil, because I see that because black has an extra pawn.
Yeah.
I missed that initially.
Exactly. So, and there's a weakness on f5 though, but I think black will save at least one of these, d3 or f5. One of these he will save and he should be fine, most likely. Most likely he should be fine.
Yeah. In fact, it looks like AD is trying to create something here. Gangs is defending.
97, nice. Knight goes to e7. He's trying to read out the knight. Nice. I think the knight on c6 was not go to, so makes sense.
Yeah, but as you pointed out, this pawn gets traded, and
sure.
it looks like it's going towards a draw.
Yeah, towards a draw most likely. By the way, I think in the SL game, it's going to be a draw pretty soon. It's opposite color, same color bichas, but equal material. Why is an extra pawn? My bad. Why is an extra pawn? My bad. Maybe I'm hallucinating already.
Yeah, so, it's going to be a draw, but not pretty soon.
Yeah, not pretty soon. Yeah, they will also push for a long while. This is going to be. By the way, has Lalit resigned? Lalit has resigned, so we have the first result, or maybe not the first, but still, regardless, the first win in round 3 for Arjun Chopra, who will at least try to catch up with the leaders a little bit after round 3. So not the way you win this one, but yeah, you get a free piece, you take it.
Again, it's interesting, Sahil, they played in the national championship, Aryan and Lalit, and in that game, Aryan blundered.
Okay, so it's kind of, scratching each other's back in a way, but okay, it works. It works.
it's almost like Lalit returned that favor, you know.
Yeah. Nice. Law of averages. Yeah, once your opponent blunders a piece, so if you're playing a guy, a friendly match, do blunder a piece. That in the actual tournament, he'll blunder it against you. So, by the way, Ronak against look at that game.
Yeah, Ronak is beating Abhijit. Queen h5, and after rook e6, let's see if chat figures out how white wins a piece. I think I figured it out, but I always get chat to confirm my conclusions. A way of testing it out. Queen h5, black cannot play something like knight f4 here because queen into e8 goes with a check. And queen h5, now it's black to play. He will probably defend it with rook e6, and now it's white to play. How do you play here with white? How do you win the piece? Abhijit has been having a tough time against the youngsters in recent times, Sahil. In the national championship, he lost against Arjun and Gukesh. And in the Delhi Open, he lost against Gukesh in the last round. And now he is having a tough time against Ronak. And there goes the chat, Alstone and Siddesh with bishop d3, which wins one of the knights.
I think what happens is somehow, I think in the last, especially in classical chess, in the 4th and the 5th hours, I think the youngsters somehow maintain their concentration better. I think it's just age is the factor for sure. I mean, somebody who's 18 is probably more, energetic. Somebody who's, let's say, 30, I think that's part and parcel of it. And also, I think you have more time as a kid to put into, chess overall. So you're more ambitious, you're more, focused somehow. But yeah, I mean, Abhijit is a strong player. I'm sure he'll strike back. He will lose to one youngster. He'll take it on some other youngster. He'll take his revenge for sure. But yeah, in this game, unfortunately, he's struggling here.
Indeed. And I have slightly different take to it. I think it's not just the typical youth against experience thing, but I also think this generation of youngsters are simply very strong. I think even at 2600, they are a bit underrated. So it's not surprising that they are winning games against certain people. I think it's just that strength coming out.
True. He plays the move knight to d4 now. I guess just rook takes. Yeah, he takes the knight, attacking the queen now. So yeah, black cannot really do much, unfortunately. He also has to keep the track of the rook on e8. Otherwise, that can be hanging in some cases.
Indeed. So Ronak, if he wins this, that would be his second win in a row, and he would be on a roll. Meanwhile, it looks like Ganguly has managed to achieve some significant progress against AD, who is down on time, who has just 10 seconds remaining, and he's also losing the f5 pawns.
Wow, that's knight end games are similar to pawn end games, and yeah, this looks an interesting position because white has the c4 square for his knight, very comfortable. Even on e3 stacking f5 right now, that pawn can be captured now. So white will be basically a pawn up. And he also has this a5 b6 break. So the knight has to stay there to control that. And now he has a pass pawn on f5 as well. So this looks very difficult for Adhiban, unfortunately. So Surya Ganguly,
you can just play f5 check here and close the game out, yeah?
Yeah, 2-2-2. And 2 pass pawns should be too much for... Okay, he plays king e2, but still should be winning.
Yeah, I think sooner or later... this is like so winning for white. It's now even king d3 and knight c4 next.
Yeah, knight c4. True. So so Surya Ganguly winning this game most likely. On the other hand, Harika might end up in a draw. Leon against Arjun they're still fighting on, that extra pawn for Leon. He knows if he defeats Arjun, it's a big deal. He wants to defeat him. He has a good chance and he's trying his level best. But somehow Arjun has, put his king on h3. He's keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, how did it end up there? How did it get to h3?
Yeah, I don't know. He played king f5. We saw king f5. So the plan was there. The insights were there to put the king on g4 and maybe even go to h3. But yeah, so far it's not clear if what will happen.
Do you think Arjun is the one being ambitious here?
Yeah, maybe. First g4 check as an idea here, which is very interesting.
King into h4?
King into h4, I was thinking of like taking on h5. The king was somehow trapped, but I'm not really sure about that one. If I check it once, let me see.
Yeah, interesting. But you can imagine the discomfort of Leon. Yeah, he has to do it in 30 seconds and he has to do it all on his own.
True. Because there were some tactics, but yeah, not so easy to figure out.
So when you're under such intense time pressure, when you have seconds, people typically tend to avoid these variations which require intensive calculation and make safe moves as much as possible. Because if you're in that calculation zone, which is very important when you have more time, you have to calculate. But if you continue that when you have seconds, you're pretty quickly going to blunder. You just don't have the time to calculate.
True.
And you start developing a sense of these safe moves when you get less on time, when you get good at it. And I see an upset coming here, Sahil.
Yeah, by the way,
I think Leon is going to take this. Chad, what do you think?
Yeah, the pawn has been pushed to c5 and the rook is kind of, stuck, because even if it takes on g3, it's not fast enough. There's rook d6 incoming. And I think white might be winning this. So Leon might be causing an upset and Arjun will stay there on 4 points after this one. Interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, Leon is doing this. He gets low on time. His opponents try to take advantage of it, and then Leon is like, "Okay, I know how to play with low when I'm low on time. I can do it. I can play good moves." And Nihal used to do this, and it feels funny talking about Nihal already as a senior. But
yeah.
Leon is younger than Nihal. He's a year younger than Nihal, and he seems to have channeled a similar playing style.
True.
In terms of time management.
By the way, Surya Ganguly has gained 2 passed pawns on the queen side, 1 passed pawn on the king side. I think this should be, almost impossible. I know black has the passed edge pawn, but white's pawn is just faster. And the A square is controlled by the knight. So unfortunately for Adhiban, I think this is just lost.
Yeah, you can just push the pawn all the way. You don't even need to think. Just go A8 and
it just controls H1
black pawn will be stopped.
Yeah. So I think
and
Adhiban
a resignation is up.
Yeah.
AD looks desolate almost.
Yeah, he's low energy. I think that can happen. He's had a couple of bad tournaments and it can kind of put your morale down a bit for sure. Yeah, he has resigned. That basically means we have one more result, and Adhiban has lost to Surya Ganguly, who played kind of a nice endgame to finish Adhiban off. And apart from it, we also had Aryan Chopra defeating Lalit Babu. And apart from that, I think we have Gukesh against Indian, which has been transposed into a rook endgame now. And now it's a dead draw, I feel somehow. There should be no easy way to convert.
Yeah, 3 versus 2, this is a draw. And the SL Sankalp game is also heading towards a draw. Leon is beating Arjun. And the game between Karthikeyan against Puranik, it's balanced actually.
Ronak has defeated Abhijit Gupta with the sacrifice on h6. He's finished him off. Yeah, we saw g6,
pretty
right?
finish.
Yeah, nice finish. Yeah, nice finish. And Ronak has won 2 games in a row. He goes to 6 points now. Oh, nice. So he'll be in a great position after round 3.
Ronak on a roll, Leon on a roll. Leon, I think Leon joins Gukesh. Maybe we should zoom in here for the final moments of the game. Leon defeating Arjun in what is potentially one of the biggest it's probably the biggest upset so far in this tournament. Despite how strong Leon is.
For sure. And I think Arjun had better tries. I think he might have also got tempted by his low time on the clock. It's totally a possibility. So yeah, he will definitely regret it now. And so Arjun will still 4 points. That's not so comfortable after round 3. I think he will have to strike in round 4 for sure.
Yeah, Arjun resigns, I guess. Was that his reaction with the
okay, I've not seen the result. I don't see the result just yet.
Yeah, but you can see him walking off. So it seems like Arjun not happy there, leaving his room, which leaves us with the Karthikeyan Abhimanyu game.
Mm.
Which is also in a very interesting phase, by the way. White has 2 minor pieces against Black's rook. Black has a strong pass pawn on c3, and Abhimanyu is a brilliant swindler. He's very tricky. I've played him so many times, and I've defeated him only once, and I have had better positions in almost all the times I've played him in some 5 games. And each time he's managed to trick me out. Each time he's managed to swindle. And so far, he's done the same to his opponents as well in this tournament.
Yeah.
I used to feel bad about these things, and then I saw them doing the same to the best players in the world, to people like Aronian and others. And then I'm like, okay, so it's not just me.
True.
It's not me. It's you.
But yeah, I mean, somehow here it's difficult to swindle. Yeah, I mean, because White's pieces are so stable, and you have to take care of a pass pawn as well. So I'll be very surprised if Purane can pull off a swindle in this case, because he has to take care of the c3 pawn, the b7 pawn, the d5 pawn is also getting, it's always a threat, and the black king is also not so safe. Yeah, because the 7th rank is opened up. So it's difficult to pull off. If it does, that would be insane.
Yeah, but when I say swindle, it can also mean saving this position, making a draw.
Sure.
And I think there is some chance to make a draw here if you can just remove this pawn. Like, you trade this d pawn for the c and b pawn. Oh, but he's taken the c pawn. He's just chopped off the c pawn.
C pawn is gone. Looks c7, but just moving the queen somewhere, and the white king is very safe. That really helps. There's no pressure on the white king, and just very difficult.
Yeah.
Chat, I think our predictions have kind of gone haywire. We expected Arjun to kind of be there, but he's lost his game. So who do you think now would be leading the event after round 4? Because this is round 3 about to finish. We'll have one more round after this today. Who do you think will be leading after round 4? It's not clear at all now. It's not clear.
Absolutely. There is Leon and Gukesh on 7 points. There is Ronak with 6 points. He lost 1 game, but he's won 2 games. So he's making full use of the point system, going for the decisive games, not making any draws, which is not really rewarding in this format. Although that doesn't give you grounds for going haywire, because, I mean, there was this tournament, one of the national championships, where the tiebreak was number of wins. So there were these games which were ending in a draw, and I'd be like, okay, but if I make a draw, it's not really helping me. So I'd be like, draw is the same thing as losing. And then I ended up not scoring any points at all in the tournament. So you first need to get some points in, and then you can choose between a win and draw. But draw is still better than a loss in almost every situation.
Absolutely agree. And now, it's going to be very soon, because even though both kings are weak, I think just bishop g2, yeah, he drops it back. Queen f5 and now king h2,
resign.
And black has no defense. Yeah, resigns now. So good game by Murli Karthikeyan. Yeah, he is resigned, and that means we have round 3 finished, and let's see the standings.
Gukesh and Leon in the lead, Ronak in the second spot with 6 points, and then we have Surya, Karthikeyan, and Aryan Chopra with 5 points. So you see, Sahil, this format, it rewards people. It still rewards people who don't lose but win. It's still very useful to not lose games. It's still very useful to be solid and get those wins going. Now it's best if you can beat up everyone, but that's not so easy when your opponents are of a similar strength to you. They're not so much weaker than you.
True, not at all easy. And round 4 is going to be a cracker, and it will be an important game for Arjun, because he's playing S.L. Narayanan in the 4th round. So he will have a tough battle ahead, and he has to strike back. He's ranked 7th right now. He definitely has high expectations from himself. So let's see how it goes.
Yep, lots of exciting games coming up in round 4. There's Lalit against Gukesh. There is Indian against Ronak, who's breathing down the leader's neck. And we'll be back after a short break for round 4.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I. There was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all.
Hello, everyone. We are back for round 4 and the games have just begun. You can see the pawn moves being played. And to be honest, this is a very important round because it's the final round for day 1. It will set the tone for day 2 as well. You know, anybody who wins right now will be full of confidence when they show up tomorrow. So let's go through the matches one by one. I think we can directly head to the Adhiban against Leon game and then Sri can take over. Let's see how the game is progressing.
Yeah, Leon in the joint lead, which was a bit unexpected. He was he's rated almost the lowest in this tournament. I think it's Leon and Sankalp together. They are both at 25-36, a very formidable rating, but it is the lowest in this amazing field. He's at the lowest, and AD started out as one of the favorites. Why doesn't he ever start as a favorite? But it's Leon at the top of the table and AD at the bottom of the table right now. That's how things have been so far. And what do you think, chat? Has the tournament standings been to your expectations so far, or has it taken you totally by surprise?
Yeah, so I would probably speak for chat here by saying that it has surprised me a little bit because I expected, I think round 1 was pretty even Stevens as we expected it went, but round 2 and 3 have kind of, the players have kind of merged together. Everybody has ranked up sub wins. Nobody's lagging behind. We can see literally everybody ranking on some, like even Ronak came back with 2s, So I think anybody could be leading after day 1. It's pretty tight notch. And right now we can see Adhiban fighting against Luke, who also is playing really well in this, defeating the expected winner of this tournament. Not easy at all, Erigesi Arjun, who's in peak form. And let's see how Adhiban fares against Luke.
Indeed, very exciting to see how AD comes back, how he roars back. AD hasn't been having the best of times in recent tournaments, but in his last interview, he was like, whenever something goes wrong, I ask myself, is this going to stop me? And then someone quoted that interview and asked me, but what if you say that and it never stops?
Yeah, is this going to stop? Is this going to stop me? Yeah, I think that's what my rating thinks also. I think it always is. It's never gone forward. It's always stopped. But anyways, now Black has castled, and you can see clearly White is fully developed. And to be honest, I think this is going to be a long game where Adhiban will try to outplay Luke. Because I think, do you think as let's say you are in Adhiban's shoes right now, do you expect to outplay a play like Luke because he's 100 points lower rated right now? Would you expect yourself to outplay Luke in this position?
First of all, not a big fan of imagining myself in AD's shoes. But to answer your question, yes, I think AD would expect himself to beat Leon. He's I think stronger player, at least although not in this tournament so far, but in general, I think he's a bit stronger, and he has the white pieces, and he would look to score this.
Maybe we can switch to the game of Erigesi Arjun now, just to see.
I just want to point out a very interesting game, Lalit against Gukesh, where so till this point, this is the Ragozin opening, and till this point they repeated their game in the national challenges, A3, H6, and now long castle. And here, Gukesh, long castle is not the most accurate move. And Gukesh must have prepared this after their national championship game. So he goes for A5. Lalit goes for G4. He just goes for it. He sees this pawn on H6. He goes against the black scheme. And here, Gukesh unleashes knight B4. Just sacrificing the piece, A into B4, A into B4, knight B1. And I'm curious to see what Gukesh's follow-up is going to be. It looks like Lalit is totally prepared for this. He has played instantly till now. And if Gukesh has played knight before so fast, it should also be part of his preparation. So I imagine he's recollecting, but a very, very exciting start.
Yeah, what a crazy game, right? Piece sack on literally move number 11. You know, White, when he plays this move G4, he expects to be the one attacking, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Black is like, okay, you expect to attack, but I'm not going to follow your expectations, and he attacks on his own. Rook has come to A1 now, so the knight on B1 is pinned, but White goes ahead. He pushes through with G5, trying to create a weakness, opening up the G file, you know, for his rooks as well. Now the knight will then go to G5. They can potential mate on H7. So yeah, both sides on full attack mode.
Absolutely. Gukesh is like, I'm the one who knocks, you're not just going to attack and kill me off. And Lalit is not the one to flinch either. He also goes full on the other side, G4, G5. It's going to be very interesting because neither of the side has a clear way to the opponent's king yet. They have open lines, they have brought their pieces in, they have infiltrated the opponent's camp, but still a long way to go. Still a long way to go in checkmating the opponent.
True. And to be honest, like this is a very important concept, right? Like because the pawn is on H6, that means White has a hook to basically open up the G file. If the pawn was on H7, it becomes much more difficult for White to basically open up any file whatsoever. It was similar for Black when he sacked a pawn because there was a pawn on A3. It's more likely, you know, somehow the file will open up. But in this case, it's kind of clear. If Black does not take the pawn on G5, I will take on H6. If the pawn is on H7, I do not have that choice. So now Black is kind of forced to take, I guess.
Indeed. Either you take it or you allow this pawn to H6 and you go something like G6 and block it off. I'm not really sure which one is better at this point. It's a bit too complex for me to make sense of it right away.
Yeah, because players must be very well prepared. They must have analyzed this with the engine, you know, sat down for maybe hours, because it's such a complicated position, so many choices of both sides. I'm sure they'll look deeper into this for sure.
Yes, for sure.
Maybe you can check out the game of Arjun now, because I'm very curious how he'll approach this psychologically. So because the thing is, you know, he's not used to the situation where he's lagging behind. And now, so far, I think SL is playing pretty well. He's exchanged off most pieces. He has a pawn on C4, which is the pass pawn. Yeah, very interesting.
Yes, and SL has always been traditionally one of the more difficult opponents for Arjun. SL has a very good head-to-head score against Arjun in general, and Arjun has struggled to beat SL, to simply put it. And this game seems to be going the same way, because it looks like White has just a pawn down for no compensation at all. He's just a pawn down. No easy way to take the C4 pawn back. And Arjun seems to be in some kind of a tilt. You know, he's playing with the same 15 plus. He has more than 15 minutes, but on the other hand, his position doesn't appear good. So he's in this tilt,
and somehow, you know, like, yeah, for example, Black has the two bishops. He has the pass pawn. And if the bishop was not on E7, White would definitely have, he could go knight D6. And, you know, this now pretty solid. I mean, we have fun to possibly attack the pawn on C4 after E3. But now even just queen B6, you know, simply trying to bring the queen into the game, maybe via B1 later on as well. Also, you know, defending the bishops. I think this is not looking so comfortable. At best, what Arjun can do is simply capture the pawn back and gain equality. So he's not in his zone where, you know, he's the one pushing. Here, even if he's, you know, given everything he wants to, at best, what he gets is a draw.
Yeah, a draw would be a dream here for Arjun, but I think SL is going to get his first win here. It's an interesting situation for them in terms of the tournament. Arjun with 4 points and SL with 3 points. In the traditional scoring system, they both would have 1.5 out of 3. But since Arjun won 1 and drew 1, he has 4 points, because we had 3 for a win and 1 for a draw here in the scoring system. And SL has had 3 draws, which puts Arjun a bit ahead of SL in this tournament standing. But I think this game, I think SL is a firm favorite to win this. What do you think, Chat? Is it going to be SL or Arjun?
Yeah, for sure. I think Chat will most likely agree as well. Current standings, I think what you're expecting to see is not there, because Arjun, and Arjun is lagging behind. He's on 4 points right now. He needs a win here, or at least a draw to maintain his chances. If he loses, then it will be very difficult to come back. He can come back tomorrow. There are enough days to come back, but still, then he has to go on a killing streak to, I think, strike back. But yeah, the tournament format does encourage winning, so maybe it's still possible. Maybe we can have a look at the game between Adhiban and Leon now, because that's also very interesting. It has progressed a bit now, and we have the typical structure, structure with C4 and E4, and black has put his queen on A5, white has put his rooks in the middle. Yeah, but now comes the moment for showing off your plans, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, now comes the moment to make some concrete improvements, and AD goes for 94. So far, Leon has shown good composure in this position. He has placed his pieces in good squares. He hasn't created any weaknesses. And with knight d4, I think black can even trade everything on d4 and go for something like queen c5. I think this trade favors black because this is a kind of position in this pawn structure where black suffers from lack of space. Usually white has more space, black suffers from space. And when you have less space, the more pieces you trade, the better it is for you because you get more space. So I think even trading everything, going queen c5, it looks nice for black. What do you think?
True, absolutely correct. And black would love to play, a6 b5 or break through in the center with e6 d5, but both look unlikely as of now. So exchanging a few pieces would be definitely in his favor, and then he can head off into an equal endgame. And yeah, sometimes these pawns can be overextended as well if you have the correct strategy. But as of now, white should be slightly better, I feel, with the more space. But yeah, Luke will fight back. There's no doubt, and I think they are even on the clock as well. So very balanced game, I think.
Even Stevens.
And maybe we can go to Sethuraman against Abhijit, because Abhijit is playing he's not playing a youngster now. So we'd love to see if he can come up with a strategy. Let's see how it goes.
Justice for Sethu.
Typical justice for. Yeah, I mean,
justice for the 90s
Sethu,
kids.
I don't think. Yeah, I'm also the 90s kids. I guess Sethu will agree with me in this one.
This is brutally
most
honest.
likely.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not playing a youngster. Just throw it in people's face.
I wish this was not a live stream and we could edit this part out, but yeah, hopefully Sethuraman is not watching this. Sorry, Sethu. I love your courses. I've bought one of your courses as well. So yeah, big fan. Now Kunji 6 played. And yeah, this does look like a position where, to be honest, like which side would you prefer in this position? Like a white or black?
I would prefer black. I have a pretty easy plan: knight g6, knight h4, and go after your king side. What would you prefer?
Yeah, I would somehow prefer white because I could always play g3 and put the bishop on g2 after knight f5. And then I could try to, use this b file in some way. Either, I'm not sure if, pushing b4 immediately and a5 if works, because then the knight could also come to c4. But somehow just maintaining this pressure, and black always has to keep one of his pieces on b8 to defend this pawn, or at least on d7 with the rook somehow. So I somehow like that fact. So I would probably take white, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of balanced overall, I feel.
Yeah, it's balanced. It does feel balanced.
He has actually played e4 now. That does change the situation a little bit. And now the rooks are coming into the game. Knight g6 played.
Yeah.
Probably doubling up the rooks, I guess. Makes.
Yeah, but you also have to watch out for knight h4. Yeah? Rook e1,
knight h4 is an issue. True. Knight h4.
Maybe. Yeah. So the idea with g3 with bishop g2 is, I think, still possible. Knight e5, bishop g2. Because knight on e5, it's really not going anywhere. He goes for rook e1. Doesn't really worry about knight h4, I guess. Because you just move your bishop and ask the knight, what are you doing here?
Black goes h6 though. So he just keeps it safe as well, creating a loft for his king. Now the king is not going to get backhand mated at least. That's the plus point. Yeah,
but now white can play g3, and I think I'm coming closer to your evaluation, Sahil, that this knight
Nice.
can get restricted by white.
Yeah, Setu
And
played this well.
white's position feels
He
easier
played
now.
this well. He played this well, I think, in the past 5 moves, surely. And now the knight cannot come to the e file. It's kind of cut off in the 3 ranks, F2 H files. Queen B now, putting pressure on the B7 pawn. Interesting. Setu is putting some pressure for sure. There's no doubt.
Yeah, Setu's putting
By the
some
way,
pressure for...
Lalit
Exactly.
against Gukesh. Have a look at that crazy game. Crazy game. Wow. Look at the 4 pieces on the D file right now. Like rook D1, bishop D2, bishop D3, knight D4. Looks gorgeous.
The design
Nice.
of the tournament award goes to Lalit, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think this is kind of the basic simple. Yeah, black's pieces are also active, but they're disconnected, like on opposite corners, and white's pieces are well connected and connecting really well somehow. I think that might be the difference here.
Yeah, and white's position is totally solid. Yeah, like what do you attack? How do you attack? All the pieces are right where they should be. They're defending their king very actively. And it looks like Lalit was really well prepared for this game against Gukesh. He anticipated that Gukesh would go into this.
Yeah.
He plays only the Ragozin. He plays only this variation. And he probably thought Gukesh would come with his A5. And he was ready for it. He counter-ambushed Gukesh. Amazing piece of opening preparation by Lalit. And what a way to bounce back after that unfortunate blunder.
Yeah, so if for example, Gukesh loses this, that means we have one more leader who bites the dust. I mean, it's a completely open tournament now. We saw Lalit blunder a piece in the last game against Aryan, and now he's also striking back. So I guess day one will be a hodgepodge of all players staying around each other, and we might not even have a clear winner. It's totally possible.
Indeed, we might. Yeah, it's going. I think that's kind of what makes the format exciting. You really can't predict the winner at all. And after day one, I don't think we even have a clear favorite anymore. I thought Gukesh was taking over. I was imagining captions like, Gukesh finally finds the obstructor for the #1 spot. But
Nice.
Lalit doesn't seem to...
Nice. Agree with it.
Yeah, Lalit doesn't know more to agree with it. What a... I'm surprised that we are here with this move B3 and I'm still praising White's position, but it is one of those days.
Yeah, true. Okay, coming back to the game of Sethuraman against Abhijit.
But before we move on, I just want to point out that Gukesh is incredibly dangerous in worse positions. He has had an entire career built out of turning around such positions. It's a short career so far, but even in that, he has like several games, several illustrations. And I remember there were people who are, calling him the luckiest and stuff like that. It's not an accident. He's just incredibly skillful at creating counter chances. So wouldn't write him off just yet.
And see how focused he is, yeah? Look at his concentration. I think the only thing moving are his eyes, nothing else. He's so focused, yeah? I mean, his hands is stuck here. He does not even realize it. He's so focused.
Yeah, eye of the tiger.
Crazy.
So moving to the Setu's game.
Yeah. So I think we saw it at Queen B4 and he kind of developed the rook and H4. Then Black went A5. And so they're trying to, if you would capture an A5, of course, H4 is a bit weak. So Queen C4, Queen takes B. So Black basically takes a pawn on B2. He's like, okay, I'm happy bunching. What about you? And yeah, now H5, I guess.
Yeah, Setu's entire strategy is built on playing against this knight, kind of, isolating this knight out from the game. And it's a very effective strategic method for which he has been willing to sacrifice a pawn for the moment, utilizing the fact that his pawn on C5 on this side is very strong. So strategically, it gives him that license. But I'm not sure how effective he would be in isolating this knight because it does have these refugee points, on the dark squares where white doesn't have control. So he can go knight h7, he can go knight g5, he can put this knight on d4. In those places, that knight is untouchable. And I'm not sure if white has enough resources to be able to exclude that knight forever. It would be nice if white can find a way to attack this f7 point with the bishop because it's very vulnerable. But those are also blocked all the way.
True. And even just if you play rook e7, trying to attack the f7 pawn, I think just queen back to f6 defends everything. And unfortunately, the rook on e7 has no clear targets yet. So it's like, yeah, you kind of get your rook on the 7th rank, all good, but what are you actually attacking? Not much right now. So, and black is simply won a pawn on b2. So yeah, at least something for Abhijit, pawn in the bag, at least something to hold on to.
Yeah, and I started to notice some interesting, unique mannerisms in the players. Setu's signature poses, putting his eye an inch away from the camera and intimidating, and Abhijit scratches his beard, and something is up when that happens.
Okay,
like
what are the
Gandalf.
chances? Sorry to interrupt. What are the chances Setu is munching something, eating something, maybe chips? I don't know.
I don't think he's in
unlikely
mood to eat anything other than a black knight for the moment.
True.
If those eyes could kill, the other players wouldn't have a chance.
True. So I think we can move on to another game now. By the way, he did play the move rook f4, I think. Maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, he played rook f4.
Yeah, he played rook f4.
So preventing queen f6, but still rook d7 kind of saves the day. So maybe a brief look at the game between Arjun and SL. We could do that, because this is a very important game. Somehow, both players are kind of favorites to win this. So whoever wins gains a clear edge in the tournament standings as well as psychologically. So let's see. SL has managed to bring his queen into the game. The queen is on e1, so it's kind of pinning the bishop. And so it's still not comfortable. Like he somehow managed to win the e4 pawn, but now the black pieces have become really active. So yeah, maybe if you head off into some opposite color, bishop endgame should be not yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you take bishop into c4, I think that's a draw for,
Yeah.
Black does have the choice. Black can bail out whenever he likes. But I'm guessing SL really wants to get his first win of the day, because if you don't do it here, then when? But seems to be a bit frustrated that that doesn't seem to be a way. I was actually thinking about he goes for bishop c4, queen c4, and
he goes for.
I was thinking about something like bishop b7, sacrificing this piece, but trying to set up something like this. But I'm guessing SL saw a way where it doesn't work. Maybe I don't know. Just bishop, just queen into h4 check. Sorry. Yeah.
Probably. Should be most likely a draw, and Arjun probably holds. So I think he should be happy with this, considering he was a pawn down, clear pawn down, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm guessing he'll be pretty mad at himself over his quality of play for the day and this game as well.
For sure.
Arjun is someone who sets very high standards for himself, and he's someone who measures himself by his own standards. It's just not the points he scores or the rating he gains, but his own standards, and he's not going to be all that happy about himself today.
By the way, you will not believe this. Ronak is winning in his third game. It's crazy. Look at his pieces right now. The bishop on f4, the knight on f5, the bishop on d5, dominating pieces on the board. This looks very difficult for Indian. I mean, maybe he can pull this off, but considering how much control the black pieces have right now, it looks very unlikely. The rooks have no entry squares whatsoever. e5, c5, e6, c6, e7, c7, e8, c8, all controlled. And that means it's going to be very difficult for Indian here.
Indeed. And I'm not at all surprised that Ronak is playing so strong. He's someone who's incredibly motivated, and he's also someone who works on chess all the time. Maybe a slight difference between Ronak and Gukesh, for example. Gukesh loves to keep playing all the time, and Ronak is someone who also he doesn't play as much, but he works on chess. He analyzes things all the time. He's a bit more conventional, a bit similar to how people grew up in the previous generation. The Botvinnik Kasper. Let's say if we divided to the Botvinnik Kasper school and the Magnus Carlsen school, I think Gukesh would be more in the Magnus Carlsen school, and Raunak would be a bit more in the Botvini Kasparov mold. But he's incredibly motivated, and you can just see it. Of course, everyone is motivated. Indian is also someone who really tries hard, but Raunak is.
Sorry to interrupt, but do you think the opening of the A file actually benefits black more than white here somehow?
I think it does.
Because white was the
because
one
it's only
before,
it's only black who's going to control it, right?
True. Because white was the one who played b4, so I'm not really sure if he can use that A file though.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you could. On the other hand, black is just going to fix the pawn on a4, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to say. It's pretty much in black's hand. You can also get this pawn to b4 and do the same. So I guess what Indian thought is the more pawns you exchange, the closer you are to a draw.
Yeah, maybe. Chat, okay, one thing is, who is most likely to win, but who do you want to win? Like, we all have a favorite, no? I want this player to win. This guy is my favorite. So who do you want to win? Like, who do you want actually should be leading the tournament after all 4 days? What do you think? Which is your favorite chess player here in this entire tournament?
That's a good question. That's a good question. And at the moment, I think it's not even clear who's going to be there at the end of the day.
Yeah,
today,
true.
Let alone meanwhile we have a result have a result in the 4th round. Gukesh concedes defeat, and after king b2 the rook is getting trapped. Gukesh is already down by 2 pieces. This is a total demolition
what a
job.
Position though, right? Knight c2, knight b1, which I've never seen such a position, to be honest, and the rook getting trapped. It's insane. I've never seen such a cute position. It's nice. Yeah.
It's very nice for white, and I can imagine it's very frustrating for Gukesh, because losing is one thing, and to lose against an opponent who beats you from the preparation, it feels like you never got a chance to play the game at all.
True.
And Lalit managed to win this game with almost 13 minutes remaining out of the 15 he had.
Wow.
It's a total demolition job, and kudos to Lalit for playing such an amazing game. What a beautiful game.
Arjun, Gukesh, Adhiban. So 3 favorites so far. Nice. So Gukesh definitely losing this game. So Lalit Babu back in the tournament. I think he must be angry at himself for blundering a piece in the last game, but he's right back. And this is going to make the standings even more interesting. So with that result, I guess we should move on to another game. Which one do you prefer, Shri?
I think we should have a look at AD's game, because you can never keep AD out from the picture.
True.
And out here, I like the progress that he has made in terms of the strategic pawn structure. Feels like he's slowly building his position against Leon. And also another pattern in AD's game, he's got both the pawn on e4 and b3. So he's showing no favoritism among his children.
Nice. So I think so whenever AD plays b3 or e4, we have to pull up our guard now. Which course is he promoting now?
He's not going to not promote any of his courses. I mean, it's going to be both. He's not going to
both. But you always have.
So h4 on the board from AD, and pretty aggressive intention. For the first time though, I think Leon has more time than his opponent in this tournament. So a momentous occasion.
Sure.
AD being the first to have.
Whichever he plays first is his favorite, I guess. So yeah.
That is e4 so far.
Yeah. Rook comes to d8, and I think black is just aiming for a few exchanges. Also, bishop d4 can be an interesting concept, just to kind of prolong the bishop there.
But I won't trade.
Yeah, for sure. And then black would get a pass pawn, so that should be worried, I guess.
Yeah, and also that I need my bishop for attacking purposes. So
true. Wow. By the way, look at the position in Arjun against SL. Arjun's king is on g4. That's a bit interesting.
Arjun's in the mood for king walks today, yeah?
Yeah. So apparently he's picked that up from VD, and now Yeah, he comes back to f3, back to the safe zone. Very sensible, I guess. Yeah, should because I think it's not possible to push through c4 if well defended. White's remaining pawns are well connected, like e5, e5, f4 connect well together. So it's not so easy anybody to create any chances, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, but black is pressing. And Arjun is just keeping things safe. I think he has a kind of fortress kind of situation. Right now, everything is in place, everything is protected, and he doesn't want to disturb it. So he's just moving back and forth. He went king f3, king g4. He brought back king f3, king g2. And SL, on the other hand, he will try to put his bishop on this diagonal so the queen can gain access to the king.
Yeah, that's a nice strategy actually, because
you can prevent it with queen c4. Yeah,
queen c4,
queen d3. Now queen e2 back.
Interesting.
Can you play c4 here? Yeah, I was
c4 would be interesting. C4 would be interesting. Has he played it? He played it.
Wow. I don't think Arjun saw this one coming.
Yeah, maybe.
And now this pawn comes to c3.
Wow.
So I wouldn't write black off yet. Very dangerous position. Maybe he has to go queen f. Queen f to this bishop b6.
Maybe moving the king somewhere, getting out of the spin here to attack the pawn.
Yeah, but then c3. And now you just take this and play bishop d3. It looks scary.
Wow.
Well, but maybe this is what he has to do.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is psychologically not easy to do, yeah. But if he has no other choice, he will go for this.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he has no other choice, but Arjun will know that the evaluation bar is like close to equal. So that's a disadvantage that he has over us. He goes king f3. And
chat, if Arjun loses by chance, regardless of the situation, it will be psychologically very difficult to come back. I know he's very strong, but yeah, I mean, he would love to at least hold a draw against SL, because SL also is one of his competitors. Yeah, once you draw against somebody, you also hold them back. It's not just about winning the point. So yeah, he would love to hold this draw at all costs, like regardless of what it takes, he will fight back. Like, I'm sure he will fight. And let's see if he can manage to draw this one.
Indeed. He would love to be able to come back, and Arjun does have the advantage that he is one of the stronger players in this field, and that always makes it easier for you to come back. It's much harder against a field where you're playing in stronger opposition.
True. So if we move on to another game for a brief moment, I think AD's game is
maybe you should have a look at the Setu Abhijit game, which looks pretty interesting.
Yeah. The king on h2 and the queen h5. Yeah, interesting position. It has become more and more complicated somehow, and king has to go back. Yeah, rook h4 is also an option here. Very interesting choice, and the queen is kind of running out of squares. Just enough squares. There's a square on d1 available.
But Setu has burned up a lot of time in building something like this. A strategy which would be very effective in classical chess, but out here, at just 15 minutes, it creates pressure. And Abhijit has been playing fast so far in this tournament, and against Setu, it might work better than it did against Raunak or Gukesh.
And the thing is, even if, sometimes it's equal, practicality dictates a lot of things. By the way, he played king to g1. Did he?
Yes.
Wow.
And is g6 a problem here?
Wow. Let me see. Interesting. So the queen,
knight g6 or g6. What's
wow, knight g6 is, yeah, both might be interesting. Knight g6 attacking the rook, the bishop captures, I take the rook. And was this a mistake? Like a clear mistake?
It looks so. It looks so from the evaluation bar. It looks like it's a clear mistake. And Abhijit has all the time in the world. He seems to have sensed it. He's, full focused, and goes for it. He goes for knight g6, and Setu is in trouble. So Abhijit, queen d3, knight into e5. There is rook d8 check, but I think
just rook somewhere. I guess
rook f8. I follow you with rook d8.
Yeah, true. Then rook, because king h7 is check, so that does. But if this, then Very interesting.
Yeah, not totally straightforward yet for
True.
white, but black is 2 pawns up. So, even if you trade, for example, at rook c8, you might, no, but rook c8 cannot be a good move because with queen d3 also. So you have to go queen g5, I guess. Bishop into g6, queen into g6. Don't take the e5 rook because then there's rook d8 check. So queen g5, you cover the d8 point, you attack the e5 rook, and bishop into g6, queen into g6. Sethu's still not yet out of this game, but he's the one who's going to have to struggle for it.
And like they have not too much time remaining, so I kind of expect a blunder incoming at some moment. It just feels natural, with so much interaction between the pieces. The black queen kind of stuck on h5. Right now it has only one square g5 available, so it might happen. They might make a clear mistake. It's totally possible. Let's see how that. I'm not
totally possible, yes. And I was also thinking rook f8, rook d8, and here there's this move rook c8.
Wow. Okay, that's a nice move. That's a beautiful move. That's a nice move. Let's see how it works. Nice. Rook c. And if bishop takes, then you actually just take the rook, yeah? Nice.
I just take the queen because, the rook, with the queen.
Nice.
Because rook f8 does knight f8. And if you take with the rook, then it's the same thing. The point is this rook is hanging.
And that b2 pawn counts, yeah? I mean, that extra pawn he captured, for fun. I mean, that pawn counts now in the end game. So, yeah, Sethu under pressure now. Maybe Abhijit will strike back.
Yeah, playing b3 would have helped Sethu, but he didn't.
Yeah, for sure. That's why he plays 1 b3. Yeah, now I understand the concept of b3. He's like, I don't want queen takes b2. He solved chess, I think. Maybe that's the issue. He knows in all chess variations, queen takes on b2, so he wants to avoid it. But anyways, maybe we can go to another game now. By the way,
meanwhile, the Arjun-S.L game has ended in a draw.
Oh, wow. Nice. So Arjun goes to 5 points now. SL goes to 4, I think.
And so Raunak has managed to defeat Indian.
Raunak on a crazy streak by Raunak. 3 wins in a row, dude. That's insane. 3 wins in a row. He goes to 9. Yeah, 9 points. Right now, he's leading the entire tournament, unless somebody catches up.
On a day where people were not finding it easy to win games in a closely contested field, Raunak has set himself apart with 3 out of 3 wins, and against 3 grandmasters, 2 of whom were about 2600.
Yeah.
So this means Raunak would end the day 1 with a lead unless Leon manages to win this game against AD.
Which is difficult, I would say.
Yeah, which seems improbable now, because although Leon has a solid position, it is clearly white who is pressing in this game so far.
For sure. Right now, I think he's defend the pawn somehow. So rook e1, I guess. You don't weaken out with f. Oh, he plays queen f3. Interesting. Trading queens. But now it should be equal. I mean, can you just take on e5? Or you take on c6? Okay. Interesting. But the bishop on d4 is now very solid on d4. I think black should be fine, most likely.
Yeah, seems so. Seems like black should be fine. And what would you play? Would you go for this endgame with bishop at e4?
I'm not so sure. Like when the rook comes to d7, I'm automatically, my reflex is not to allow that at all cost. But yeah, maybe it is possible.
So then it depends on if we can find a better alternative. Yeah, I mean, we have this benchmark, we have this question, and after that it's comparison with the benchmark. And is there a good alternative available here?
I think
also it's not such a terrible thing to trade this, no, because you do have threats with queen. So I think you're right, Sahil. You want to keep this bishop on d4, you want to keep this rook on d1, and other things are fine. I mean, you don't worry about the a6 pawn, for example.
Yeah, because the bishop on d4 is really strong now. I mean, the bishop on g5 is a good piece as well, but if you combine the bishop with the queen in an effective way, it can create a lot of threats. And if the rook has to go to f1, then I mean, that's passive for sure, for sure.
Yeah, and I was telling Chad about how Leon, for the first time in the history of tournament, had more time than his opponent, but clearly he doesn't want to keep that record. So he goes for a 1 minute think and then takes queen into e5, queen c6, and now I expect rook f8.
He has seconds on the clock. Maybe we should stick to this game, yeah? You might see a result here happen at any moment.
Yeah. Although I do want to point out that in the Setu Abhijit game, he did actually play this rook c8 move. So it did happen in the game. And this is the present position now. And it looks like Abhijit is coasting along. 2 pawns up, 3 minutes more. I think Abhijit should win this. So moving along, back to the Adhiban-Leon game.
Interesting. So Black has kind of stabilized himself really well now. He's kind of played f6, so the king is coming on f7. The bishop is blocking the d file, attacks f2, who is controlling the e file. I think Leon is absolutely fine now. At least I feel that way. Bishop f4 attacking the queen, but just queen somewhere. I mean, many squares, e6, f5. I mean, both those squares look okay. f5.
Yeah, he goes for f5. Maybe to c2 now.
Yeah, maybe. Queen c2 looks tempting for sure.
But then rook d2.
Rook d2, I don't have a square back.
Yeah, maybe, so you have to keep going forward. So he goes queen e6. He keeps things safe. Because, you know, when you have seconds, you go for the safe moves. You can't calculate queen c2, rook d2, queen b1 and evaluate things. So that's the instinct you develop when you play with less seconds. Not for someone like me. Now rook c8 and queen c6 I would go if I had seconds. He goes for it. He goes for rook c8.
Rook c8. Interesting. I think what happens is like when you have like 15 seconds, right? You get into this zone. If you pick up that zone, like you will play some really good chess somehow. I don't know if that happens to you. Like sometimes you just blunder. Like once you get in time pressure, you're like, okay, I've got in time pressure. You take too much stress about it. You feel like losing is a part and parcel because it happens in time pressure. But sometimes when you're in the zone, it doesn't even matter if you're in time pressure. You will bring out all these top level moves and you will put them one by one, sometimes even only moves. So Leon is playing consistently in time pressure, but he's playing good moves for sure.
Yeah, when you're in time trouble, every moment of your every part of your attention is totally into the game, you know. So I can resonate with what you're saying. Bishop into e3, rook e2, and now queen c6.
That should.
Meanwhile, a few updates. Abhimanyu has picked up his first win of the tournament. He defeated Aryan Chopra, and also it looks like
Harika is losing to Surya. I think she was better at one point, but she
and the turning point was at this point. The turning point was here at this point when the game was evenly poised. She had one extra pawn, and here she played this move knight d2, probably missing that Surya had bishop g6, and this turned things around because now after queen c8, queen into d2, queen into b8, Black took everything with checks, and White just lost everything. And it helped a lot that this bishop f7 moves there with the bishop on g6. This really turned things around for her. She had a fine position, and then knight d2 kind of threw it all away.
So Harika having a tough start, I guess. But yeah, I mean, she can surely strike back. It's not the end of the world. I mean, she had a draw in round 2 against Sethuraman. So I think she's proven herself to be just a match here. I think this happens. Yeah, I mean, 4th round of the day, you can make mistakes. I think we saw a piece blunder.
Indeed, but I think knight d2 kind of came from a position of defensiveness because she was going for this perpetual check. I think which she kind of didn't need to in this position. She could keep the game going.
True.
So the pressure gets built up to you. Meanwhile, back to the Adhiban-Leon game where we have a very interesting and exciting pawn in game style.
Nice. So pawn end games are really fun to analyze because you can analyze for 5 hours wrong about it. But right now, as far as I can see, Black does seem to be better because he's controlled the pawns on the 2 pawns controlling 3 for now. And if you try to bring the king to c3, then obviously there can be some breakthroughs on the king side as well. So I do feel black should be better, and yeah, possibly winning. Who knows?
Yeah, and we are talking about how it's kind of improbable that Leon might win this game, but
yeah.
Now it looks realistic. AD goes for king c3. Is there some e4 f into e4 fg4 happening here, Sahil?
Yeah, possible. Yeah, e4 and takes. Nice. Yeah, totally possible, I think. And if fg4 happens, then I think it's pretty much lost, because the black king can
no, but the king is still. But you bring the king to e5, yeah.
Yeah. I pick the e4 pawn, and then I simply win the game easily, because I have 2 pawns on the king side against 1. It will take the entire, it'll take a million years for you to reach at h6 and capture both of these pawns. And meanwhile, I can simply chop off your b3, c4, and queen the c pawn. So I think how advanced your pawns are matters a lot. And clearly here, black's pawns are further advanced, and this is going to be lost, I think, most likely. He plays king e6, by the way, and then d4 played by white.
Where is the... now they just go a4 and win this game? A4 and it's game over.
Yeah.
I had a similar question against Tanya once. CB, AB, and she didn't play a4. I mean, we had bishops in that game, but the concept was pretty similar. And these two connected pawns are very easily stopped by the black king. But these 2 pawns cannot be stopped by the white king. So it's a pretty straightforward win. I think you can just go e4 here and it's game over. These 2 pawns cannot be stopped. These 2 pawns easily stopped.
So Luke is going to win his game as well. Wow. So Leon Mendonca and I think, Ronak Sadhwani being the heroes of day 1, most likely, yeah?
Yeah, and with Leon, I must say it was unexpected, because lower rated than Leon is just Harika and Indian in this tournament. So out of 16 players, he started as the 13/14 seed. He had the same rating as Sankalp, but everyone else higher rated than him, and he scored 3.5 out of 4 in this field.
Okay, if I told somebody blundered 1 here, would you believe me?
I'm sorry, you got cut off.
If I tell you somebody actually blundered mate in 1 here, would you actually believe me or not?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, but it happened. Check out the game between Puranik and Aryan.
Who blended mate in 1? When? How? We have confirmation. Adhiban has lost against Leon. So Leon ends day 1 as the leader, and
Nice.
Not a great day for AD. So, when did this happen?
Move number 43, right? It's not mate exactly, not mate. I think it's lost because you.
Exactly. Yeah. I saw this
exactly.
Yes.
But it's a free piece. So
it would be a mate if the pawn was on G6.
Yeah. I think I kind of not look at it, but yeah, very close. Yeah, I mean that was fun to watch. Yeah, the piece. Wow. So Aryan, Aryan won a free piece and then he blundered a free piece. So I guess it's kind of even Stevens against. Law of averages working very well. So Puranik winning a game there. So just to round up the game a little bit, Abhijit is playing against Sethuraman. He's slightly better right now with the black pieces. Then you have Lalit Babu, who has won against Gukesh in a very convincing display of opening prep. Then Abhimanyu Puranik has won against Aryan Chopra with the piece blunder. Sankalp has drawn against Karthik and Murli. They till king, and the game ended in a draw. Then Eric against S.L. Narayanan in opposite color bishop endgame, dead drawn position at the end. Then Adhiban has basically lost to Leon, who's on a fire right now. Then you have Harika against Surya Ganguly. I think Harika simply blundered and lost as well. And then finally you have Indian against Ronak. Well, Ronak is having the time of his life with 3 wins in a row. So I think we have like 1 game remaining now. That is the game between Sethuraman and Abhijit, right?
Yeah, Sethuraman and Abhijit. Abhijit looking for his first win of this tournament. Sethu fighting on. He's not someone who's going to give you anything that easily, as you can see from his eyes, which we have seen amply today. But Abhijit, also not someone you can snatch half point from easily, or in this case, sure. 2 points.
For sure. And the problem for white in such structures is somehow your plan is a bit more difficult. Black's plan is simple, yeah, push the pawn. it doesn't take much to calculate it. But what's why bishop d5, you put pressure on f7, but it's difficult to execute somehow. Why Black's plan is much more simple. Just push the pawn till a3. Of course, you have to take care of pressure on f7, of course, there's no doubt. But I think for now, a4 looks very normal. Yeah, I mean, it's a normal move in the position. Yeah, he pushes in.
Yeah. It's a bit challenging though, getting this pawn past the queen and bishop combination, because you can get up to a3.
Yeah, that's true.
But to go to the a2
That's
point, white is defending it better. So at some point you have to bring out your knight. When you bring out your knight, the queen starts going against black's king. So having this bishop, going on this eternal bishop versus knight debate.
Yeah, true.
It's not such a crazy knight though.
Yeah, the knight has seen better days for sure. Queen c5, controlling the pawn for now, temporarily. But still, I mean, knight e6, okay. I think the queen endgame would be much easier to convert for sure. So he would not mind the trade here.
Yeah, absolutely. Black wouldn't mind it at all. The queen on d7 in the center, always a good idea to place your pieces in the center. At least it's a good idea in most situations. And perhaps the knight comes to d4. The challenge is to keep this king safe. Queen d8, nice move. Oh, this is a nice move. Does the queen get traded by force now? Do you see a way to stop that?
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is, because you have a knight coming to a queen d2 he plays.
Yeah, but you don't want this queen to be pinned like this.
Yeah, true. Now simple a3 he plays, and there's a lot of pressure now, and you can't really get rid of this pin easily. Yeah, I mean, queen a2 is the only move, I guess.
Yeah. You can't generate counterplay of the queen like that. Now queen to c5. No, that would be a blunder.
Yeah. Oh, king f8 he plays. He's trying to. Could he have? I think there's one plan usually when I'm a pawn up in some queen endgame, no, like h5, h4 automatically comes to mind. Yeah, that's the first plan that comes to mind, to open up the opponent king somehow in queen endgames.
Yeah. Now has he given up the f7 pawn?
He lost the f7 pawn. Really?
Yeah, looks like he just lost the f7 pawn. And the advantage with this bishop, it's in the same diagonal. Looks like he lost it. You can see it from his face. He's just missed that white can take bishop at f7.
Wow.
And this changes the game completely.
Yeah, he looks disappointed. He's shaking his head right now, and he cannot believe it. Yeah, he cannot believe it. This is pressure, guys. This is pure pressure. Yeah, I mean, at display, because you're trying to convert a game when you know it will be your first one for today. It'll give you a lead, but somehow you lose track of the game, and you can even blunder a pawn. Yeah, insane.
Yes, and every pawn matters, every move matters, every point matters. Such as this tournament, the MPL Indian Chess Tour. It was a kind of dream, of having the best Indian players fighting it out in a tournament like this, and it's here now thanks to MPL, one of the largest global esports and skill gaming platforms.
Indeed. I mean, I'm doing great job. I think here right now, even they supported the nationals, they're supporting all national events in chess. And it's crazy how much support they've put into the game. And yeah, this is a great platform for all chess players. You will see many more in the coming tournaments as well, which you will see. You might see many other players you might not have heard of. You might see Sahil, you might see other players getting a chance to fight it out. And then, yeah, 16 players, top of the country fighting. Gukesh, you see Arjun, you see Rona crushing it. You see some of the decades now, like for example, Adhiban-Sethuraman, Adhiban, it's insane. It's insane. Great opportunity.
Yes, and the winner gets to the Champions Chess Tour. The winner of this tournament will play in the May Champion Chess Tour, the May leg of the Champion Chess Tour, and the winner of this tour will be a main player in the next year's Champion Chess Tour. So a lot of lucrative prize at stake.
True.
I don't think Black is going to win this question here, Sahil, because this bishop and queen, they have kind of formed a fortress, and now the Black king is not as safe as it used to be with f7 pawn around.
Yeah, there'll always be some sort of perpetual. Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. Very difficult.
He's managed to evict this bishop out from this diagonal for the moment. after knight f6, you can't really keep this bishop in this. Oh, he keeps it. He keeps it with bishop f7. That looks a bit risky to me.
Yeah, maybe just moving the bishop can come back to a2. Yeah, that would have given him some chances to keep the best of both worlds somehow.
Yeah, queen e2 check. Yeah, that would have been, that looks safer. But I guess Setu believes that the bishop is kind of invincible here for the moment. Feels a bit risky to me. Setu is also not someone who grew up a lot playing the faster formats, you know, the blitz, the bullet and stuff, like the younger generation. And now he's put himself in a lot of risk. Queen d1 check, you cannot go king g2 because queen d5 check would win the game. So he has to go king h2. And for the moment, this seems to be working. But it's very dangerous to put the bishop out from this diagonal with seconds remaining.
I think white is just holding on, yeah? Bishop f7, just keeping the bishop there. It's black's job to somehow force a win.
Yeah, and now Abhijit wants to force king g2 and then come back king e7, I guess. He didn't play the previous move because then it's easy to see king g2, queen d5. Setu goes king h2, he sees through this. He sees two moves deeper. He knows what Abhijit is doing and he evades that.
Yeah, now with the f pawn not being there, even moves like h4 make less sense because yeah, it's not that much. I think with the extra pawn it makes it 3. Queen d4 check. Yeah, the king goes there and yeah, not much there to be honest. I think it will be a draw soon.
Yeah.
Because the queen has to be careful, right? You have to keep track of the a3 pawn and the knight on f6. So it's not so comfortable. You cannot just dance.
Yeah, actually, with the bishop on c4 now, white is totally secure and black even has chances to lose here.
Yeah, true.
Knight goes to safety, knight to d7. And now do you see a way where you can win the a3 pawn by force, like with something like bishop d5? Just save king g1.
I think what black is trying to do is come with the knight to f3. Yeah, is it possible? I think that's the plan, right? Somehow, long term, if you could somehow.
Yeah, but it seems so hard to do it practically. And also, even when you get there, you can use the light square bishop to defend. So doesn't really look. And now Setu's he's almost bobbing himself towards the screen. Yeah? you can just see him overpowered, literally.
Yeah. I think Abhijit has 15 seconds. He has to be careful there. Not to get.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on in Abhijit's mind now. Maybe just queen f6, take the simple way out, keep everything protected. No, he's not going for it. He wants to win. He's not going to accept not winning that easily.
King d8 and yeah, I mean white will just hold on. Queen d6. Yeah, he doesn't change much. Keeps an eye to the a3 pawn and pins the knight. And yeah, I think this is time to accept the draw most likely and accept that queen c3. Interesting.
Bishop e6.
Okay, now this is crisis time. You have to go back all the way to c7. Yeah, most likely you have to. There's nothing else.
Queen c1 check. You know, if king g2, then queen c7, and queen into a3, there's queen c6 check. So always don't put the king on g2 here.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
This is safe. Queen b6 now. And after queen b6, yeah, he's played it. I think even queen e3 just makes a draw. That's one option. But queen a2, I would play, you know, just knight e5, bishop
a2. Yeah, queen a2.
Oh, no, knight e5, there's queen d5 check. So queen a2. Oh, he goes for queen e3. It's like I've had enough of this.
Yeah. It's a dead draw now. Yeah, let's go home.
Yeah, let's seal the draw. Although you know, making 3 draws in this format, it doesn't really improve your chances a great deal. 3 out of 12, it kind of puts you in the second half, the bottom of the standings, because you get only 1 point for a draw here.
Low of winning.
Yeah, and on day one, the players are just getting into the flow. The players are, I think, not entirely warmed up. I think we'll see a lot more decisive play and powerful action tomorrow.
True.
Starting from tomorrow. White still has to work a bit to secure the draw in this position, but he's just going to keep his king here, defend these two things. The black king cannot move further because there's always bishop g6, and they will probably find some way to make a draw now. In the good old days, they would just look at each other and shake hands and finish it off. But nowadays chess has got a lot more fighting, and people play down to the backings, the Magnus Carlsen effect.
Yeah, true. I think Carlsen's example of playing to the king and king in the World Championship against Anand is a pure example of that.
Yeah, and a lot of kids here, they grew up on watching such examples, so it's ingrained in them. You would say that Abhijit and Setu are not one of those kids because they are not kids when the Carlsen match happened, but they had to adapt along with the times.
True. This is maneuvering, I guess. Yeah, it's not going to change much, I guess.
Yeah, no, maneuvering is a bit too sophisticated of word. It's just moving around pieces. A bit of inertia and unwillingness to accept draw from Abhijit's part, but also it's totally understandable because still black cannot lose this. So why should he make the draw? Why not? Even if there's a percentage of chance. And things haven't gone Abhijit's way today. He has just one draw out of 3 games. He has lost 2. So he would dearly love to get one win going.
But an interesting question is, what's his mindset for tomorrow? Like, because he was so winning today, but he somehow spoiled it. It'll be very difficult, right? I mean, it's easy to lose confidence somehow when you don't win those completely winning games.
I think one game wouldn't make such a big dent in your confidence because it's also understood your opponents have a very high level of resistance. So it happens a lot that you have a better position, but you don't convert. And interestingly, the higher you level up, the more higher resistance you face. So the conversion percentage keeps going lower and lower. So I don't think you would be beating yourself too much about it. It would hurt to miss that F7 pawn, of course, but just one game, it shouldn't change a lot. You start going on tilt when it happens for like 2 games in a row on the same day.
True.
When you don't have time to recover. Now, Abhijit has managed to keep some action going. He has managed to liberate his king by putting his knight on e5. So white doesn't have this bishop g6. But it doesn't really change a lot because for one, you can still access the h5 pawn from e8. And secondly, where's the king going anyway?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't even say if I get here, I make some progress.
Yeah. There's nowhere to go, exactly. I think he realizes that now and he will accept the draw, I guess, soon. Yeah, white can simply wait. White can simply wait forever. That's around until bishop never loses the move. So
yeah. Setu is also totally chill now. His face a bit away from the camera, and he's moving a lot more, which shows you that.
Yeah, he's happy. I think this happens once you start. Once you come back in a completely lost position, it gives you a huge confidence boost somehow. You gain this feeling that, you can never lose a game, and that helps you really. But yeah, I mean, this one is, of course, going to be a draw, though.
Are they repeating?
Yeah, they're dancing around with the king. So most likely, yes. King c4 now should be repetition. No, he's gone back.
No, Abhijit is going for this pre-move trap, Setu is just going bishop f5, bishop e4. So he brings the king to e6. And if you play bishop f5, you lose the bishop. King to g5, king all the way, king f2. I guess he will go for h4, to prolong the game. He will do that. He'll do that. Avoid the 50 move rule and repetition and prolong the game.
But okay, I think if you play h4, then you should probably just... it should...
No, he'll put the pawn on g3. You can't just go bishop e6, bishop g4. So he'll put the pawn on g3. And now he'll try to capture this pawn, and that is also a draw. White just keeps the king on g1 and moves the bishop on this diagonal, and black cannot really do anything.
Yeah,
but say they will want to protect the pawn, so
yeah, this is the last game of the day actually. This will be round 4, and there are 3 more days remaining. And so far, I think we have seen very balanced games, people striking from all ratings. Like it was kind of expected, 2-3 players will take away the tournament, they will run away with the points, but it has not happened. And yeah, even Arjun, I mean, he's somewhere in the middle. So who knows who will win this? I think it's all up for grabs.
Indeed, the Indian, I think this is kind of like the literal Indian championship, kind of like a super final, We had the Indian championship, we had the national championship, a Swiss open tournament, but this is like the cream of the best Indian talents. Apart from the top 4, but it still gives you that feel. And Sethu went for what we described. It was probably not a good idea to hold on to that pawn, because then you take your king out of the safe zone, and people can still lose from these positions. Like for example, you go something like king f3, you lose the safe zone, and allow something like king h3, and now even if you can win the knight, the pawn will go in and you can lose. So it's still possible to lose in these types of positions. And the way to not do it, keep your king here and keep your bishop in this diagonal, and there's nothing black can do, because even if he goes knight f3 check to obstruct the bishop diagonal, you always have king g2. So now you can just do king g1, king g2, king g1, king g2. Knight e2 check was threatened, but even allowing that shouldn't be a problem. You can allow this and go king h1, and literally nothing will happen. This is one of those situations.
Yeah, it's just emotion. I think they will probably agree to a draw in the next 5 or 6 moves, I think, because there's not much to do. King h3 has, I can just wait forever. Actually, there's nothing to do.
I mean, you can understand from Vijay's perspective, he's played a lot of these opens where you do play a lot of lower rateds, and people can make mistakes in these types of situations a lot. As we just saw, you can get greedy, try and take that pawn, or not have that confidence.
True.
So that can happen. Now he's realized, and he's starting to look up and think what he could have done better in the past.
Yeah, I think he'll just give the knight. He did not give the check. I thought he'll give the check. Knight goes to f5, but white just keeps it solid, far away from.
No, I think you can keep going. You can keep going till the 50 move rule, because I mean, what if your opponent just blunders a bishop?
Yeah, that's true.
It is online. Things can happen.
Yeah, the internet connection can be an issue. Yeah, anything would happen.
Absolutely. And if black loses internet, black would still not lose this game, because white has only a bishop.
True.
No, but even apart from that, we have seen examples of people hanging pieces and losing stuff like that in these online events. So it makes sense to try and squeeze the every drop out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, king comes to h3, you usually give a check and give no hope to black. And now the king is trying to come via the other path again, because knight controls everything. The king cannot approach the pawn. Now he'll try to bring the king to e3, but still probably it's not enough.
Chad, are you still awake? Do you think they're going to get to more than 15 minutes with this endgame? They have gotten to half the time. They have gotten like 9 minutes. Do you think they're going to go all the way till 15?
I guess another 2 minutes. I think not more than that, because I think they have enough time on the clock to figure out. But now it's king g. Okay, king f4 now, but still doesn't change much.
When increments were introduced for the first time, I had this fascination to try and increase my time all the way up to 2 hours from 1.5:30. And it was very hard to do that, because you have to play 60 moves without losing a second to get to 2 hours from 1.5 hours. Without the 30-minute increment, I don't think I managed to achieve that.
Oh, finally.
Oh, finally.
Finally, the game is over, I think.
What?
Most likely. Okay.
Setu doesn't want to make a draw. Setu wants to win this. You can't.
Really?
No, I'm kidding, of course.
But why did he just not take the knight?
I guess he just doesn't want to calculate the pawn end game because he's found a defensive construction. You don't want to stress your mind further. But yeah, we finally have the draw. It's a repetition. And that brings an end to an exciting day one filled with unexpected results. And super
164
talented.
moves. 164 moves, by the way. I guess the longest game so far.
Yeah, and Setu signs off with a smile. 164 moves, and the super talented Leon Mendonca, just 16 years old, the unexpected leader at the end of day one.
Yeah.
Ronak is
right
breathing
there.
down his neck.
Yeah, with 9 points. And Surya Ganguly on third place. Yeah, that's amazing performance by Surya, like winning 2 games against, Harika and Abhijit. Yeah, great play by Surya there as well. And Gukesh also died there on 7 points. And Arjun on 9th place with 5 points. So he has a lot to catch up with. And I think so far, Leon and Ronak have played some fascinating chess.
Absolutely. Arjun a bit unexpected at the 9th place, but he's there with 5 points, and 1 round can change a lot. In fact, 1 round can change everything. So whoever is at the bottom can end up at the top in any case. The player who wins the first place here, the player who wins this tournament gets into the next edition of the CCT. And the people who end at the top 8, they secure their chances to play in the next event of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. So either you want to finish at the first place, and if that's not possible, you want to try and get into the top 8. Those are the incentives. And it can be anyone. It's a long tournament with 11 more rounds to go.
Yeah. And I think tomorrow we'll see more people going for the throat Sida, because I think, as far as I understand it, wins are very important. You cannot just qualify even the top 8 with like just drawing. And especially if you want to win the event, I think wins are of utmost importance. And tomorrow, I think we'll see Arjun striking back, and we might see some exciting chess as well.
Absolutely. So looking forward to it. And thank you so much, chat, for sticking through. And thank you, Sahil. It was a lovely commentating with you.
It was my honor. I think commenting to Srinath, the legendary trainer, is always a pleasure. Thanks for Srinath for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And see you all tomorrow.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is a perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramoli. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.